Let's see. There we go. Excellent. Thank you for that. The joys of occasionally OBS just removes our mic. There we go. We're back. Thank you, Ape Junk, for the raid. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And yeah, that'll teach me to scroll back up. How is everyone going? And thank you very much for the Hydra as well. And Theriatica, thank you for the sub as well. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. And yes, I was shouting at everyone. That's exactly it. The mic just decided, nope, we have to bring it down. But yeah, Ape Junk, what did you get up to on your stream? Tell us all about it. Everyone, make sure you go check out the wonderful Ape Junk and Samael over on their Twitch channel. But yeah, he's trying to see what pays off. Love the dodgeball reference as well. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Panther, it's great to see you. No, I was only saying the kindest words, the best words I was saving for everyone. But yeah, what did you guys get up to on your stream? Just an Addy saving day. Fortunately, Jess was able to call out and go, you're muted. We're so confused. The mic was red but wasn't on. Yeah, it's an occasional error that pops up in OBS. Most of the time it's fine, but roughly about every 1 in 10 times, OBS just decides, nah, I'm just gonna make sure your mic doesn't show up. Easy to fix, but we got it. You could hear you, but also couldn't. Yeah, I imagine that would have been very, very weird. They're flexing your gold farming muscles, but not your mic muscles. Yeah, we've taken our audio and a mic and just like quality, production muscles, and channeled it entirely into gold making. You were finishing weeklies and doing open world events. That is excellent. What kind of open events were you doing? And Coach Destiny, it's great to see you as well. Thank you so much for popping in. It's so good to see you. OBS says you've lost your talking privileges. Yeah. You're able to read your lips for about half that. Well done, Kiara. Jinxie, what's up? It's so good to see you as well. Yeah, super mega whisper, Josh. Yeah, it's at a frequency that only dogs can hear. So Addy understood us perfectly, but unfortunately everyone else no. My dog needs a nail trim. She does, yeah. We trimmed her hairy feet. We call them her Grinch feet because she gets very, very hairy flukes. So we got a new sort of electric trimmer to trim her feet. So she has much more grip now, but consequently she's also much louder now. Hang on, where's Addy Cam? There she is. She's all set there. Metas, convergences, and world bosses. Very, very nice. Yeah, we'll probably be diving into some of that later on tonight as well, because on our last stream, we crafted on our EU account our second legendary sigil, and sort of the current goal we're working towards is getting 4 legendary sigils, and then I'll probably take a bit of a sidestep and maybe do legendary runes at that point, or maybe legendary weapons. We'll figure that out, because runes at the moment aren't actually the highest value for us. But sigils, they have been really, really good. Being able to actually swap out some expensive sigils has been very, very hype. But yeah, what has everyone else been up to this weekend? It's been a very good weekend here so far. We caught up with some members of Jess's family yesterday. Had a great day with them. Went out to a farmer's market. That was awesome. Had some amazing donuts. And yeah, been watching some Outlander for the last little bit as well. Had some great pizza last night as well. And somehow you did runes first, then you're on 3 or 4 sigils. Awesome. Yeah, getting full legendary is incredible value. And I think nowadays sigils as well are probably quite highly rated in terms of, what's the highest quality. And Shazly and Game of Life Master, thank you for the follow. You're doing underwater ones? I will eventually do underwater ones. We will do it entirely for the meme. Because yeah, we got to be full legendary on this account. That is the goal. So we will do underwater eventually. I feel like I was in the same boat as you, Samuel. On my NA account, I did the runes first and then sigils. And that was before relics were introduced into the game, because back then when you actually had the the stacked benefit on your 6 sigil bonus and all that, not 6 sigil, 6 rune bonus, your Omega rune bonus, that was quite valuable to swap out. Whereas now that that's been shifted over to legendary relics as well, I feel like runes are just kind of stat batteries, really, and they are not as significant to slot out. And right here I'm running Runes of the Firebrand on our Celestial Open World Spectre. That's a bit of a niche case, but if I was just to compare it to just Rune of the Dragon Hunter here, if I'm running anything resembling a power build in any capacity, I really don't need to swap those out. Whereas sigils actually give you a lot more unique effects, a lot more build defining effects, I think, especially once you get away from just your straight damage modifier ones, like Sigil of Celerity gain quickness when you disable a foe, and things like that. I think you get a whole bunch more useful effects there. Sigil's life and easy to test a respec, absolutely, and great to tweak them for instabilities and fractals. Agreed, yeah, they're ones that you really do want to change out for very niche situations, whereas runes not really anymore, I think. So I kind of think now going for sigils over runes probably makes a bit more sense. But back then, back before legendary relics, when runes were a bit more stacked, when the effects were combined, I think runes were higher value. But Ape Junk Samuel, I hope you guys had a fantastic stream, and thank you for trusting us with your community today. I really appreciate that. It's great to see you, Faro. PK, great to see you as well. Okay, we need to actually tie this inventory up. It's a bit of a messy Bessie, and that will not stand. Okay. Let's toggle some of these. I'll just randomly consume these. Been enjoying some Thief lately as well. Spectre has been great fun, especially in open world. That's been pretty hype. I'm just going to completely get rid of those. Sufferance is great to see you as well. And thanks for hanging out with us on Jess's stream yesterday, where we actually did some proper couch co-op. We moved the couch that is sitting over there and did some couch co-op in front of her computer. It was great fun. So that's been absolutely awesome. Been streaming all but every day except Thursday on either Jess or mine's channel. So it's been a big week of streaming. Legendary Relic has the most swap value, to be honest. Yes. I think that is the most build defining aspect outside of, you know, like armor and trinkets, I think. Because, yeah, you can swap, if you're on a power build, you can swap on Relic of Zakharos, then bam, tons of open world survivability. Oh, weekly Antique Summoning Stone. Yes, I do need to check that I have done that as well. There's a very real chance I've forgotten. That sounds very much like me. I'm just going to store all these for the future when I eventually feel like processing them. And once we are done with legendaries, we will probably start looking for some more bag slots across our account. Okay, that's looking pretty good. And Tate, welcome in. Greetings. You also wish to play, but can't because within 5 minutes of the game screen freeze and the game is crashing for the PC freeze. That's really odd. Might be... Feels like more like a PC issue, I think. Obviously, it's incredibly hard to diagnose. I hope you're able to get it sorted. But yeah, if you're able to try it out on a... I don't know, like different computer at all, if you're able to. But yeah, that sounds like a hardware issue, unfortunately. Free goals overrated anyway. We'll go take a look. Amir, what's up? It's great to see you. And yeah, it's not Ascended Summoning Stone, it's Antique Summoning Stone. Or add-on, yeah, could be an add-on, but usually if it's working for 5 minutes, like if Arc DPS crashes your game, it will usually be as soon as you load in from character select. But yeah, check you're not running any add-ons, make it as stock as possible, and then you might be able to narrow down exactly what's causing the issue. But how's your weekend been, Coach? Let's go Arborstone. And yeah, we've spent a bit of time this week actually upgrading our server. And it depends on, you know, what... I think Armor's probably more useful than Relics, but I think Relic probably has a bit more value, I think, than Sigils, especially when you're going from a raid build to an open world build. Depends a lot on how you play. Don't even know you can put add-ons in the game. Okay, it's probably not that. It sounds like it might be a hardware issue. But I straight up have not done this yet, so we can come to this vendor provided you've maxed out Arborstone. But yeah, for me, say swapping out a Relic of the Fractal for Relic of Chronomancer fundamentally changes how my build operates for open world. And Sufferance, congratulations on Conflux as well. That is amazing. Hell yeah. Congratulations on that. It's a big accomplishment. What is your next goal after that? So we'll just do that and we'll get 10 gold. First bit of our gold farming. There, we spent some time this week actually upgrading our home server. I'll show you. It was going well until... Hang on, I'll pull this up. Browser. Yeah, there we go. Why is that like that? Ah. Okay, we're very zoomed in now. You can see right there.
My time is precious.
Things did not go entirely to plan. Everything was together, and then we had to pull it out, hook up the old motherboard, and run it sitting atop the motherboard box there. Because unfortunately, one of the components was not actually compatible with our new motherboard, one of our old hard drives. So yeah, had to basically grab the old motherboard, transfer everything off, run it like that for the evening. And then yeah, it was a whole thing. And Great Dude just has spider in his shirt. Sorry to hear that, Great Dude. And Coach, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you. Thank you, Joxa. Enjoy no more ads and your wonderful ad emotes. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate you, Coach. But yeah, hopefully, Great Dude, you were able to deal with that spider. Just the other day, Jess and I had a giant spider on our curtains over there. It was about that big, as one with a really thick abdomen, all kinds of white markings on it. I think it was a wolf spider or something. But yeah, we smushed that and that made a god-awful mess. Okay, let's see where we are at. Also have a few things we can do. Night the enemy, night bosses. If we can grab night bosses, that will start at 10:40. Okay, so I'll try and grab that in the meantime. That basically starts off a chain of events. It had war paint. It did, yeah, it 100% had war paint. It's one of those spiders where like, yep, just do not mess with that. We need that gone right now. Check which of these characters I have already done my... What do you call these? Provisions tokens. Yeah, I'm going to need more provisions tokens. Spider that big, gotta get the gun. It was a spider big enough where we actually had to have a serious think about how we deal with it. Smaller one, you can just grab a few tissues or paper towel or shoe or something and deal with it. When it's that big, you're like, if we spray it, we're going to annoy it, and then we have a very angry spider running around the house. If we smush it, it's going to make a mess, and then we have that to deal with. And if we try and capture it in a Tupperware or something, put some paper under it and let it go outside, then we have the whole rigmarole of trying to capture a giant spider, which, I mean, it's a peak Australian experience, but also one that we don't particularly want to do if we really need to avoid it. Excellent. Well, thank you, Coach. Thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate you. Thank you. I really appreciate you, mate. And Saint, you think it might be the internet or hard drive or CPU? Yeah, it sounds like it would be one of those, I think. I probably wouldn't expect it to be the internet, I think. I guess it might be the hard drive you've got on. And if you can, make sure you install Guild Wars 2 on an SSD as well. It really benefits from having those shorter loading times. Thank you. They just have to leave them the deed to the house. Yeah, it's actually the unwritten part about how the Australian property economy works. Like half the houses are actually legally owned by spiders. Because eventually, once the spider's big enough, it just claims, squatters' rights over the house, and you just don't want to deal with it. Could I use a portable vacuum cleaner? It would have been too big for the portable vacuum cleaner. Still worth it. Thank you, Coach. I appreciate you. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is very CPU demanding. It is. It's 100% a much more CPU demanding game than what you would expect. It doesn't even really matter what kind of graphics card you have for Guild Wars 2. Very much matters what kind of CPU you throw at it. But yeah, we've mostly done our server upgrade now. Swapped out the motherboard, RAM, and CPU. That all works now. Got stuff off the old drive. Or the old SSD that was like running a bunch of our Docker containers and stuff. So that's working now, which is great. It's running in the other room, happy as a clam. Tomorrow I'll be putting in a larger drive for that. That one will go, it's basically be the parity drive, the drive that protects everything else. And unfortunately, Amazon lost one of our, well, actually lost a few things that we ordered from there. But yeah, bought another drive that's currently sitting in Melbourne somewhere lost. So got that refunded, so got to buy another one so we can actually get the capacity. Oh, you put the game on your SSD, it's working now. That's good. I'm glad you were able to get that sorted. Yeah, SSD is 100% the way to go for Guild Wars 2. Especially if you've got an older hard drive as well, because it's just sort of a fact, every mechanical drive, and obviously every sort of SSD eventually will fail, but it's a key thing with mechanical drives as well, is they will fail at some point. It's just a matter of when. Might be years down the track, but they will fail. And I don't think I can buy anything from here. Well, I can do this. Here I actually need to buy some more of those. So I now have way too much spider. I would just move. We did contemplate that with this spider. I'm like, is this just the spider's room now? Do we just wall off this room and it just lives here? And it's not like it was a huntsman either. Huntsman's broadly okay. Oh, well, huntsman's it's just going to live over there. It's going to deal with the smaller bugs. It's fine. Not too much of a worry. When you see one like this, you're like, okay, that's actually going to be a problem.
I won't harm you.
And Elemental, like 10 years ago, did an experiment running Guild Wars 2 off a micro SD card in comparison to your hard drive. Damn, that is impressive. Was a significant improvement to load times, 100%. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is loading quite a bit whenever you change maps. So getting away from a mechanical hard drive is going to be a good time. Was tempted to go to Amazon to buy a flamethrower, deal with the spider. Almost. We almost got there. Okay. Now, a few things I want to test as well with this sort of open world build. I kind of see what we can do in terms of damage, just because it's been a little bit. Then I want to see what happens if we slot in Shadow Arts, because we can get a whole bunch of healing for that. That might actually be super handy. It's been sort of on our list, and we've been thinking about that for a little bit. So let's try. And right there, we've probably got a whole bunch of stuff. Nice, that's taken care of. Adicam working, that's where you heard her click like nows. I don't think, no, Adicam's working. Could potentially be the keyboard. Oh yeah, no, it's not Amazon to blame for the deliveries. It was Australia Post that lost it. Amazon sent it, it's fine. I can see it. I see where it is on the tracking. It's sitting in the airport in Melbourne. But yeah, Amazon was good. They just refunded us for that, and then we can reorder it. So that's one of the reasons that, yeah, do like enjoy buying certain things through Amazon, because their returns policy and refund policy is like really, really good. Why did I character swap? So yeah, no, full well, it's not Amazon's problem. That's an Australia Post issue. It's not the first time that's happened. Jess has lost stuff as well. It happens. Don't know how often, how much of a percentage. I'd probably ballpark. Probably like 2% of things I think tend to get lost. Just roughly, that feels about in line with what our experience has been for various things that we bought. We've had message stating parcels being delivered when they aren't. Oh yeah, that's fun. That's fun when you get that. How you doing, Addy? Okay, and then Aerodrome. That's what we wanted. Okay. But thank you, Ape Junk and Samuel, for the raid. I really appreciate you. Everyone, go check them out. So we've got about 10 minutes before we have a event popping up that we want to get. And normal dodges will count for that, Amir. And would I be down for a bit of HT and Templar Feed normal mode? Probably not today, I think, Great Doodad, because I'm on EU today. But thank you so much for asking, though. Okay, so let's turn on Arc. There we go. So our current open world setup is Relic of the Chronomancer, and I'll just really be camping Scepter Dagger here. We've got Torment just for a bunch of extra damage, and we've got Sigil of Celerity for extra quickness as well. Yeah, dodge when the attack comes in. Yeah, the easiest way to do it, Amir, is go into a private instance of that, or even the story. The story, I think, is probably a better shout, and then you could just have all the time you need to actually dodge that. And yeah, some EU, HT, and Temple of Phoebe. That sounds good, because yeah, we're spending today on EU, so that we can do. But yeah, PD might be down for that as well. I assume he's streaming as well. Okay, let's go spawn a golem. Average week spawn. Okay. So this is entirely by ourselves. We got our food, got our utility, no condies in the golems. This is just what we can do as well. Let's see. I'm curious to see what happens if we change this to Sigil of Frailty. Pesty, what's up? It's great to see you. Should we do both in CM? Yeah, just straight into CM. Scale bend, I think we'll do that as... There we go. So we don't have... Oh, we've got a little bit of vulnerability. It's not that much. It's about 17k. Definitely lost a bit of quickness there, which wasn't good. So I need to actually use my heal well there. Okay, so yeah, chilling at about sort of 17k there, entirely by ourselves, which isn't too bad. I'll see what we can do in terms of traits here. There's a few things I want to try. Well, Traversing Dust, that gets us resistance, which is nice. But yeah, if we change that to... Honestly, the resistance is insanely helpful, but if I was to change this to Larcenous Torment, that would actually be a fair amount more. So it's about 17k. And both dragons do have separate dodge achievements, yes. Let's just refresh. Bad start. Even with a really bad start. But yeah, that has been pushed now to 18k.
Fuel your own destruction.
And get steel or a siphon, because we'll use that to actually generate a bit of quickness. Okay, because our opener there was actually quite a bit lower. They actually ended up on a very similar point. That's interesting. Steel health against Shadow Force. Okay, so it's not actually that much life siphon, so that's really not that much extra damage loss. Now, Golem Log. Let's bring that up. Target summary. I want to see buff status. What was its vulnerability for the most part? On average, 10 stacks of vulnerability. So would it be better? I'm curious, if we was to do Frailty. Because, yeah, we're generating a ton of vulnerability. Image interrupt access to a torment. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. And spam everything. There we go. So one downside of Scepter is that it actually doesn't generate a lot of vulnerability by itself, so mostly entirely reliant on traits compared to Spear.
Healed by darkness. Suffer.
So 100% quickness uptime, which is pretty cushy. Okay, so that was like 18k, so that actually worked out to be about 1,000 more DPS because we had a much better alacrity uptime. Okay, so target summary, buff status, so that was 10 stacks. Yeah, doing that kind of makes sense. Because before we were on 10 average stacks of vulnerability, whereas there we were on 20. Which is an extra 10% damage. Even though we are losing Sigil of Torment, the extra vulnerability we get from Frailty makes up for it. But yeah, potentially later on tonight, Grey Dudo, once we're done with stuff on EU. And also, if I give this a minute, then we could do that later on. If you're unable to find it before that. Okay. Got about 2 minutes before I have to go hit up an event. Now here... Still in as a target. I want to leave that. This will be... Actually, we'll go to the event and then we'll talk about the traits we want to swap. What's this build? This is Celestial Spectre. Welcome in, young Golden Retriever father of the generation. Thank you, mate. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a great day. Let's go in here. Dark Angel, thank you for the follow, mate. Super appreciate you. Okay. Now we gotta... Do we... feel like we... just wait just a second. 18k is not bad for Selly. What's Selly Scourge at? I'm not sure what Selly Scourge is at. And yeah, that's not bad damage at all. That's really good. I'm just seeing what I... That's entirely solo. The Deadeye version of the build, which is, I think, less survivable, but that one I think was hitting 24. I'm sure, let's go. And also it was using Spear. There we go, this is what we want. And Condi Spectre as well is also a very good build for instance PvE. But one thing I've always struggled a bit with Spectre is it doesn't have amazing AoE cleave. So trying to rectify that as much as I can. It's sort of one of the goals we've been working towards. Someone's got energy bots there waiting. Oh yeah. Have you heard about the Golden Retriever event? I think it's called Gold Rush and happens in Melbourne, you believe. Everyone brings their Goldens for a massive gathering. You've seen footage of it. It's like hundreds of Goldens in one place. I have seen that. I didn't know it was called the Gold Rush, but I've seen clips of that on Instagram and TikTok, and it looks absolutely amazing. Addie would lose her mind. As soon as she sees a Golden Retriever or anything that resembles a Golden Retriever, like a Labrador or a, Golden Doodle or something, she's absolutely bonkers. She loves seeing them. But that would be amazing. Oh, Celia Light Scourge is 21k. Damn, that's good. That's really good. Okay. was trying to find, what was it? It was Path of Fire. That's it. I want to hit up Crystal Oasis and join a Cheeky Pinata. Join. Leave. Join. Join. Yeah, Q size 6. We'll work with that for now. What's a fun, easy class to play in Guild Wars 2? That's a very good question there, Dark Angel. It really sort of depends on the player. Every class will have great, easy builds to play. Ones that stand out that are super low intensity will be things like Pistol Thief. You can do it on Daredevil, Deadeye, doesn't really matter. You can do Core Hammer Guardian, Core Dragon Hunter. Hammer Dragon Hunter, that's another super chill, easy one. Mechanist is also a really easy class to play at the moment and is insanely powerful compared to how easy it is. That's probably the build that I think is... It has the highest sort of trade-off, or highest sort of meshing of a build that's really easy to play and offers insane damage. It's like the old Condition Damage Virtuoso, where that build is just so easy to play, so consistent, offered really good damage that everyone was playing it. This build is like that. Scrap is also really fun, but honestly, every single class has builds that you could play. And if there's a class you're looking to play, I could probably find a quite easy build to play on that as well. Another great resource to look at, especially nowadays, why don't check out the YouTuber Mazel. They do fantastic Guild Wars 2 build guides. They're often very much centered on builds that are easier to play. So I think those are going to be very valuable for it. I don't know why that's actually taken a while. We'll wait till that loads. But yeah, Snowcross has a whole section on accessible builds, which is quite interesting. Now here, I was kind of looking at changing this position in Q5 to maybe Shadow Arts. So we're going to be losing out on some boons. So... Stealing Flicks Blindness. Heal yourself when you enter or exit stealth. And super speed when you enter and exit stealth. Stealth attacks siphon health. Blind Info siphons health. In shadow that you are healed. So I feel like leeching venoms. Sparse, what's up? It's great to see you. You may as well just did a pistol unload Daredevil variant. You want to try 100%, go try that. I watched their video for that, and a few weeks ago I was trying out a very similar build to that. Pistol Daredevil is my favorite variant of the pistol unload thieves because it has such insane damage modifiers packed into Daredevil. It actually pumps out really respectable damage. I think I was hitting about 37 and a 38k on that on the Golem for a build that was very easy to play. It has a few more buttons to press than the Deadeye version, but it's significantly more damage. And Sparse, you're decent. They had a fun Greer CMY a few days ago at 0.32%. Oh no, that is ridiculous. I'm so sorry to hear that. Gain protection when you enter and exit stealth. That seems good. And barrier when you use a healing skill. And remove conditions when you enter and exit stealth. Back to lurking. Thank you so much for lurk, Kiara. I really appreciate you. Okay, in the meantime, let's try this. And because I'm not really going to have the means to CC, although I might still do a bit. It's fine, already got a kill, you're just trying to get the Keep Ereg Alive achievement. Okay. Oh, that's so damn close, that really is. But yeah, it's good now that we've crafted 2 legendary sigils. We've got a whole bunch of extra quality of life baked in for free, or not really for free, it was a few hundred gold. But now we're sort of at the point where we need to focus a bit more on just generally farming gold. I'll wait till the person's done with that.
Not bad, Outliner. Maybe.
Okay, so I'm going to want to enter stealth a bit more here. Do you have the World Boss device? On my NA account, not on my EU account. That one hurt.
Fuel your own destruction. Ready for more. Not bad,
Yeah, that didn't particularly feel great. You just don't have the initiative, I think, to really spam that. That would probably work quite well, I think, on Spear, because you naturally enter stealth a lot, whereas I feel like that doesn't work particularly well on Scepter. On Spear, going into stealth and running the Shadow Arts trait line, I think is quite good. So I might go back to that, whereas here we can just straight up give ourselves a whole bunch of boons way easier. Position Q1, cool. We should be able to get into that event, which will be nice.
They'll get us all killed.
Champ spawned at alpha position, so he couldn't pre-stack Condis on boss, so it was low damage ramp. Oh. Yeah, missing out on damage on something with as tight of a DPS check as Greer is rough. We're looking at either Necro or Guardian, Rev or Ranger. That's what you're thinking of. Very good choices. Rev has probably one of the most fun builds, I think, on that is Power Vindicator. I think that's very, very fun, especially in open world, because you can throw on a you can throw on a Sigil of Stamina and just constantly refill your endurance when you kill mobs, so that's very fun because a lot of your damage is tied to your dodge, so you can just be basically pogo sticking up and down. That's super fun. On Necro, probably the most fun build on that, I'd probably say would be Reaper. The spin to win on Reaper Shroud is just incredibly fun. Oh, nice, let's go in. Whee! But I lack Renegade Staff with Color Sword, with Color or Shiro. Generally, like if you want the most damage, you'll be swapping between Great Sword and Sword Sword. Be Sword Sword and Shiro and Great Sword and Kala. That just lets you milk the most out of your energy budget. But yeah, if you have Staff on there on swap, you'd camp Sword until you need Staff. Yeah, you don't want to go to Staff if you don't need CC. That is the only reason you're going to Staff is for the CC. And maybe a block or Conti Cleanse if you were so inclined. On Guardian, I'd probably say Dragon Hunter or Willbender is actually very, very fun. I quite enjoy both Condi Willbender and Power Dragon Hunter. Dragon Hunter's probably the easier of them though, I would say.
Oh no.
Cool, we've got some experience buffs as well, means we can load on Spirit Shards. Oh, the 20 salvage kit thing again today. Okay, yeah. Maybe if we end up jumping over to NA today, I'll make sure to grab that, because I've got the Fractal Reliquary on that account. I think it was 2 days ago, though. I did see something on Reddit that, you know, it was the 20 slot salvage kit in the Reliquary a few days ago, so very surprising to have it again today. But yeah, if you are one of the lucky people who's got the Fractal Reliquary, 100% grab that now. That's peak value. We'll just do a little bit, I don't know, get some progress towards it. You're running the Shadow Arts version of the build with Spear instead, I think would be quite cool. Because you'll naturally want to enter stealth quite a bit for that. So you get a lot more benefit from that. I'm curious to see. But Spear is a lot of work compared to Scepter, or even Dagger Dagger, but if you're running the Dagger Dagger version of Spectre, you're 100% going to want to be running the full Alacrity version of the build. Because the Dagger version doesn't really do much Torment outside of your Shroud skills. Whereas when you run Shade Step, you're losing out on this giant Torment modifier. So you lose a lot of damage if you're running Scepter, whereas if you swap to Dagger, you're not losing anywhere near as much damage. That's why you see Condi, Alak, Spectre quite often run Dagger Dagger instead of Scepter. You just need to use Spear for everything. This is only a bonus. I love it conceptually as a weapon on Thief, and it's a good weapon to know how to use, but it's a lot of work. Like, it's a build where you are constantly having to manage your rotation, because if you get the skills in the wrong order, your build just doesn't function. Well, thank you for the randomized dies, Amir. Dies? Randomize? He's very green now. Works kind of well thematically for Spectre. At a lifetime, if you own the Fractal Reliquary, you saved at least 800 gold on kits. Well, that's actually not a bad return at that point there. Grab that. No infusion, I presume. Just assume there's no infusion. It's a safe assumption. Oh, you got the one in your party. You got the Abyssal and Cell infusion back to back. Damn, that is impressive. Leave that. And we've got a commander in this map. Heart of Thorns. This is just the order of the maps. Let's just join in. Yes. Yeah, no, that was so profoundly lucky. Alex, thank you for the follow, my friend. Appreciate you. Doing that, Addy. Okay. How are we doing on keys? 69. Nice. Okay. Do that. Get the amalgamated stone. Because those go for quite a bit of gold. Here is choice. We'll get that. There's now more gold. Rares will turn into ectos down the track. On this one, I might go over to... I might even try spear. Do I have daggers on this build?
The insects have found us.
Vitality. So we got... Well, that's a dagger. Vitality, condition, damage, expertise. Do I have another one? Oh, I do, actually. Okay, yeah. So this one... Celerity? Yeah, celerity's fine. Okay. Let's do dagger on this. I'll swap this out for Superior Sigil of Torment, or is it Agony? Yeah, it might actually be Agony. So customize. Increase bleed duration. Let's get off that. Yeah, that kind of works. So we're going to do a whole bunch more bleeding with this. Right. Check what else this build actually needs. And yeah, we're on EU right now. Exclamation mark IGN will always tell you which account I'm on. Hopefully that command works. There we go. Then here we'll do Shade Step. Everything else will kind of remain the same. We'll open up everything else here. So I think these actually have a small chance to give us spirit shards, and hey, extra unidentified gear is just always a good shout. As soon as a mob gets close to dying, we're just going to swap. And we'll get our wells and stuff over here. Target the veteran. Veterans are good to target because they'll actually survive long enough for us to ramp up a bunch of our condes. We can just throw our Dancing Dagger there repeatedly as a bit of a ranged attack if we want. That's actually a very quick way to ramp up some lead attacks. It's not bad. And there we go, Spirit Shard. That's what we want. What else do we need? Is that loading? Oh, it is. Okay, so it was actually showing earlier. If we go under Builds, under Snow Crows, we've got the Accessible Build section, or Accessibuilds. Very, very sort of useful section on their site, particularly if you're wanting a very easy build to play. Because yeah, they've got super low intensity builds for a whole bunch of classes there that you can have a crack at. Hey, thank you very, very much. Great, not great, dude. Al, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'll make sure I add your name to this account as well. Father Al dot 8374. Did I turn number lock off? I clearly did. But thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you. And let's tee up a giveaway. 374. That just took us a minute. Then... Thank you very much, mate. I really appreciate you. Reply. Thanks so much. Ben, what's up? It's great to see you. Let's tee up a giveaway for that. Thank you. We'll go over to Stream Elements. Drag that down there. Thank you so much, mate. You're an absolute legend. Same old, same old. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Presume you're going okay. We're going very well here. Thank you for asking. Okay, and that's under loyalty. Giveaways. Irrelevant, you have questions. It's better to buy their seasonable shipment trophies for materials or buy from the TP. From TP is more direct. From trophies, you might spend more money to get the amount, but you also get other mats. Broadly for those, the way I tend to approach it is whenever I have extra volatile magic, I will just convert it all into tier 6 materials, because especially if you're doing legendaries, you're going to need every single tier 6 material anyway, and anything else extra you have, you can sell. So if you have the volatile magic, buy the trophy shipments, because it's just an amazing gold conversion. Been around just quite, that's all good as well. Okay, so this was 50 mystic coins. Oh, I'll go actually get it out. And take all, and thank you for letting me know who it is as well. That does make my life much easier. So 50 mystic coins. Tee that. Great start. Beautiful. We have a giveaway now running. Thank you very much, Al, for sending through those mystic coins. Everyone type in ! Enter in chat, and you'll go into the draw to win 50 mystic coins. That is worth a pretty penny. Thank you very much. And yeah, use the tier 5 materials and craft rare gear and salvage ectos. Good thing to do as well. You're going to craft your first open world legendary armor? Awesome. That is great to hear. Very exciting. Is that your first set of legendary armor in general, or is it just your first open world set? Okay, so we've got 30 seconds before this spawns. First legendary armor. Congratulations, that is awesome. Oh, it does torment. Nice. That's pretty good brewing coverage for ourselves. Now here I'm going to focus on mostly just giving people boons. There's another 100 golden trophies. Don't worry, you will make your gold back. It does sting a little bit when you do that, but it's always worth it. Shaq will end up rushing the cannon soon. Shaka rushing. I shouldn't have actually done that move there. Oh well. Make sure all of these die. And tier 5s, in terms of what's the best to get gold out of them, I personally haven't done the, you know, crafting rares and salvaging for ectos. Usually what I'll do there is convert them into tier 6 materials, although the profitability of that sort of varies over time. And you can just sell them as well. Apesti, you were doing the Drizzlewood Cache Keepers. The command was moving from one to the next faster than anyone could do it. Do you know how they were doing it? Yeah, they were using probably the teleport shrines. If you go over the map, you'll see little icons in each sort of sub area of the map. You can actually click on that and for 5 supply port to it immediately. That puts you up in the air, and then they were probably using Griffin to, you know, get there really, really quickly. That's probably what they were doing. And you can convert them to tier 6 materials by taking, I think it's 50 of the tier 5, some crystalline dust, philosopher's stones, and one of the tier 6 materials, and dumping it into the forge. And for most materials that works out to be profitable. Yeah, the UI is not particularly obvious, but that's kind of how that map is designed to operate. And yeah, I'll usually hold on to my tier 5 until it starts filling up my inventory, then I might sell a stack or two just to make room so I don't have to manage it too much. Oh, is it negative in value at the moment? Okay, it's changed a lot over the past, and it does fluctuate depending on where we are in the, you know, patch cycle as well. I'll have to check as well what's in our spreadsheet. You can check on Guild Wars 2 efficiency. You'll be there on fast farming as well. GW Lunchbox, there's a lot of different places that will show you. Cool, that one's going to go. But even just a few weeks ago, that personally was very profitable. But even over the course of a few days, it's fluctuated a lot. Are you allowed to put links in chats? Unfortunately, no. You can always feel free to DM me, and then I can do it. That one's done.
You rarely see one of those.
Yes, everyone, make sure you enter the giveaway. We've got 13 entrants so far, so let's see how many we can get. If you want 50 Mystic Coins, basically 100 gold worth of materials, make sure you type. Sven, what's up, mate? It's great to see you. Let's open up some of these chests. Not like I really need a currency for anything at any point. Did I open the thing? Where's the thing gone? Or do we still have another? I think we still got another, okay. Remember, Mystic Coins are so abundant? Yep, that's definitely not the case anymore. Back around launch, when there really wasn't that much of a sink for them, and plus I think they were fairly plentiful as well. But yeah, they were a few silver each or something. Just gonna open all the thingies while we're here. No one knows how to relax quite like Addy. One of the best things about Heart of Thorns maps is just so many chests to open. I always like Dagger as a weapon on Thief, because just the mobility on Heartseeker is really, really nice.
You rarely see one of those.
Your fusion can drop from any cache, not just the ones that end the meta. I think it's I don't know. I've never had the Chak drop for me personally. I think it's from the big chest you get once you kill all of them. That big sort of chest that's located near the waypoint. I don't think it can drop from these. I could be wrong though. If anyone knows otherwise, feel free to let me know, but I'm pretty sure it's just the big chest. These are just giving some extra materials, and there's a small chance for spirit shards, which is unironically what I actually need. Only drops from the statue chest in the center. I thought that was the case. Let's go in and tag this. Nice, we got some progress towards that. Oh, Chak eggs drop from the boss too. You got yours from one of them. Okay, that's interesting. So you got just regular Chak egg, but not Chak egg sack.
That's valuable.
Generate some more gold there. Cool, that'll be fully charged in a few minutes. In the meantime, we'll go kill some hero points. Could do the treasure mushroom, or I can also not.
You rarely see one.
There you go, spirit shard. Well worth. Currencies, we're on about 800, enough to buy some stuff if we need it. Little inventory, yeah, the joys of having 25 characters in this account, there's going to be some that have small inventory. Do we have? We'll get close to maxing our storage on that eventually. It's always good to do the Heart of Thorns hero points just whenever you've got a spare moment, because they do drop like rare gear as well.
Did you see that?
Also, even just spamming Dancing Dagger is not bad damage. Yeah, just get a permabank access. True. I will probably eventually get that on my EU account. Well, these are DPS here. Oh, that's a big boon table that we don't need. You can hide the boon table. Get a bit of a fear off there and stun. And the permabank access, you either buy it from the trading post or from someone who has it, or you get it from Blackline chests. There we go. How much are they? Oh, it's a it's thousands. Thousands and thousands. Let's check. Permanent bank, yeah, it's just under 7,000. And then permanent crafting station. Okay, that's actually about the same price. How's the giveaway work, Chrono? You just type in !enter in chat and your name will go into the running. And if you win, you'll get a notification, and yeah, just keep an eye on the screen overlay and I'll personally tell you. But then just type your Guild Wars 2 account name in chat and I'll mail the items to you. But yeah, honestly, you get the crafting station because then everyone else can use the crafting things as well, and it works as a permanent bank access anyway. Oh, you finally got on the Overflow Discord. Nice. Glad to hear. Once we get this chest to open, or this door to open here, then we will draw the winner for the giveaway. In terms of weeklies, we've got a few more to do there. That's fine. Champion rank enemies kind of just get done.
Rare loot.
But yeah, we'll run just this build at the moment because, hey, we can give people alacrity. Okay, I'm glad to hear you got that sorted. That's good to hear. Selling items that expensive can be tricky. Yeah, it really can be. That's why the Overflow Discord kind of exists. Because if you list that on the trading post, one, you might be waiting for a while for it to sell because it's just so expensive, but also you have to drop a 5% listing fee on it as well, so you have to have 5% of 7k gold just on you to actually physically list it on the trading post. I'm enjoying Spectre in open world. I really like, actually, it's a bit of a niche part about it, but compared to the Deadeye version, which does do more damage, I really like the resistance access, especially if you get blinded, you're going to have a bit of a bad time. So this way you just ignore blinds, chill, cripple, immobilize. That's great. And plus, I do just love Death Blossom. And the mobility on the wells as well is quite fun. You do boon yourself very well. You give yourself quickness, you give your team alacrity, of course that applies to you as well. Good sustain. You have to make sure you don't cancel your well cast though. This is good for spirit shards. And yeah, it stops fear if you have resistance before the fear application. That's true. Any non-damaging condition, it nullifies. So having good access to that is, I think, quite underrated, especially in open world builds. In so many things, especially if you're on like a power build, having resistance to negate blinds is really good. And also negating chill as well means your skills cool down quicker. It's all good stuff. I think that trait as well means you also heal when you shadow step. So whenever we shadow step, which the wells count as shadow steps, they also heal. So that's very nice. Many boons.
Bounty from the dark.
Does resistance work? Work since then. Never use a terror trait to do damage with fear. It would probably. I think you still get the fear. Like the fear still sits on your condition bar. It just means its effects are nullified. So you will still see it pop up there. It will recognize that you have it. It's just that you won't be affected by it. Cool. That is now open.
Grant your strength, my friend.
do like this section we do open the chest. I don't like waiting for the door though, so usually I always try and find something else to do in the meantime. And bounce. Turn off arc now.
That's valuable.
Is this fractal? No, it's just an open world event. Oh, I need to actually get close to it to open. But resistance is a very handy boon to have. The open world Tangled Depths meta, spot on. Would be cool as well in this account to get all the Aurene weapons. Usually don't bother waiting for this final bit of the meta. Usually I don't either. Usually I'll just skip off to something else, but I was in a bit more of a mood to do some things. To, you know, kill a bit of time. Rush over to the start of Tyria. Yeah, Tyria's a very fun one. I always do want to try and hit it, like, if I can. Discipline, welcome in. Great to see you. Okay, so let's just check. Yeah. We'll get into the east, not full one. And join. Q size. Yep, in we go. In the meantime, I will go do hero points. You got a new mic? No, this mic's been here for quite a while. Yeah, Tyria starts in 10 minutes. Yeah, we've got ample time to get there.
I am outmatched here. Warriors!
I mean, this is fun. I assume this is going well.
Oh, my leg!
But this is a pretty spicy hero point, and this is really just making mincemeat of it. Yeah, the healing and resistance we get is very nice. Plus we do have a bit of stability access on this as well, which is one thing I really like about it over Deadeye. Nice, and we'll go travel. What you're doing right now, are you intentionally focusing on choosing the right ability or more so spamming? What do you like about combat? Depends on the build. Right there, I'm a bit more spamming because of how most thief builds work, anything not axe or spear. The most damage I can get from my skills on this particular build will be just spamming Death Blossom. So I'm using up as much of my initiative as possible in Death Blossom. And then I'll go into Shroud, and then I'll do 2, 4, I'll do 5 because it interacts with my Sigil of Celerity for extra quickness. Plus it gives me stability. I'll do that for a bit, then exit out and start spamming again. Odd HP is difficult to solo. Yeah, it's why I do like, if I've got an open world build that I'm testing, I like to test it on these. Does it feel not engaging? No, not at all, because even there what I can do, because my Death Blossom actually acts as a dodge, I can actually time it to mitigate certain attacks. With the auto for Scepter, Spectre Shroud 25% faster, that would be very, very nice. So it still feels very engaging to play as well. My position support in there, I have to try and mitigate that. But there are builds on Thief as well that do require very deliberate usage of skills, whereas if I was to go over to Spear, for example, this one I actually do have to really lock down my skill order. 2, 2, 2, 4, 2, 3, and stealth. And then I'm just doing the same sort of order there. 2, 2, 2, 4, 2, 3, because these actually have to be in a fairly particular order. 2, 4, 5 for stability. Hold up, here we go. We messed up the order a bit, so it's a bit clunky. So there's different builds that can sort of, fill whatever need you want from any sort of combat in Guild Wars 2. There are some that are more spammy, which I actually don't mind that about a lot of builds. If a build's spammy, I don't mind that. I personally find it quite fun. And probably maybe because of your particular questions. No, that's all good. Yeah, I do recognize your name. Yeah, I do remember some of the questions you've asked as well. Last time you consistently watched you was a few weeks before Ninja Janthi. You quit again because you felt bored. Sorry to hear that. That's one of the good things about Guild Wars 2 is the fact you can take a break from the game at any point. How would you break the paradigm of what's the purpose of killing enemies if it's not about killing the real player? The main thing that I really like about Guild Wars 2 is that the combat system is just really, really fun. It's fun, it's responsive, it feels good to control your character. That's why, like, you'll see me just move around and attack random mobs, not because I'm necessarily getting anything from it, but because it's fun. I like how the skills feel, I like how the game plays, I like how the game looks, I like the art style, the sound effects, it all feels good. So even though you're not killing an actual player, you're experiencing a very fun system and you are getting rewards for it as well in the form of various drops and stuff like that. But yeah, I think the best thing about Guild Wars 2 is the fact its combat system is just insanely fun. That, get some more loot and some experience. Lotus, how's it going? Welcome in. What does Guild Wars mean to me? That's a very tricky question. It's like Guild Wars 2 is really sort of the first real MMO that I played, and it's really the first, entirely online game I played since I moved out of home at 18 to go to university. So this is a game that's really sort of been with me the longest, and like I mentioned before, I love how the game plays. I love the community in Guild Wars 2. The community in Guild Wars 2 is just universally amazing. Made so many friends over the course of my 12, 13 years now playing Guild Wars 2. And the fact I'm able to sit here, play Guild Wars 2 with all of you wonderful people and share the game that I absolutely love and adore is just incredible. Open world metas are probably a favorite thing. Yeah, open world metas are fantastic fun.
This will hurt.
Soften them up.
Sharper still.
There we go. Get to succeed on Epoch. Epoch can be a bit of a spicy one as well. That one does require a reasonably competent group to typically get it done. Do you think the reason you're able to survive in this game is partly the identity around it with you, not so much fresh experiences in terms of new content? When I look at, what I consider content in Guild Wars 2, the fact that it is so alt-friendly, and it actively encourages you to play multiple characters and play multiple builds. I mean, I've got 25 characters in this account and 25 characters on my NA account, and then I've got another NA account as well. There are so many different characters and builds that I can play at any point, so if I ever do get bored of any particular play style or gameplay loop, I can just go change that to one I'm more interested in at that particular point in time, then come back whenever I feel like it. And one of the best things I think about Guild Wars 2 is the fact that all this older content, it is not made redundant by having a vertical gear progression system where, every new expansion, all the old content becomes trivialized or made completely redundant. This content in Heart of Thorns came out in 2014 or so, and it's still just as relevant now as it was back then. It's still just as fun to do. So even though, like I said, Guild Wars 2 does have like a reasonable amount of new content that comes to it, but the fact that all the old content is still there and is still valid for you to play, and there's so much of it out there. Like, I've played Guild Wars 2 for over 11,000 hours now. I have relatively barely touched PvP in World vs. World. Like, I've got on my NA, I've got the NA account, I've got the PvP Legendary back piece, I've got the Legendary Amulet. I've done enough World vs. World for my various legendaries and the Legendary Ring on my various accounts, but it's definitely not my main game mode. I've probably only got a few hundred hours in each game mode. But there's so much that you can do at any point, which I think is Guild Wars 2's biggest strength, even though, you know, compared to something like WoW, which has much more money behind it, you might not get as much entirely new content, but the fact that all the existing content is still there and still fun and still very valid and still very rewarding to play, I think that's the thing that really helps Guild Wars 2 really sort of stand out amongst other MMOs on the market. In MMORPG, you constantly feel that you're not good enough, or others are better, or that you're not needed, or there's no real end goal. Something I think Guild Wars 2 does quite well, in the fact that, especially in PvE, it is such a cooperative game mode by design. The fact that everyone, you know, shares access to loot. You're not competing for loot in any way. And whenever you see anyone there, it's basically always a good thing for you to head over and help them. It's the same for everyone else as well. So it's just such a sense of general cooperation and community, I think, that Guild Wars 2 does very, very well. And dungeons are fun. They're actually not bad gold per hour as well. If you do them reasonably fast, they're actually really, really fun. And they are quite good gold. And I think dungeons actually utilize older systems in Guild Wars 2 that have been trivialized by mounts. Particularly movement skills and stealth, particularly Thief Stealth, Mesmer Stealth, and all that. Blasting combo fields. The kind of content that Guild Wars 2 was, you know, really designed around at launch, dungeons utilize very well. They've been massively power crept now because, you know, just the game has been power crept since that time. But they are still very fun. And compared to old content in WoW is only pets and mounts, not much else. That's what I've heard, you know. I haven't played WoW myself, but that sense that old content just isn't worth your time to play, that's something I think Guild Wars 2 does very well. This content from 2014 is still incredibly valuable to play. That's still very fun. And yeah, Guild Wars 2 does have lots of end goals as well. That's very true. Yeah, for some it's collecting legendary items, getting as many achievement points, getting rank 10k in World vs. World, first place PvP, unlocking all skins. Yeah, it's a game where you very much just set your own goals. So at the moment, my goal on my EU account is getting it in full legendary. Because then I can say I've got effectively 2 accounts in full legendary gear, and that's going to be very fun and a very rewarding thing for me personally. And then it might be, you know, getting over X amount of achievement points or getting a whole bunch of extra quality of life stuff. I like the feeling of having my account progress. It's one of the reasons I really enjoy playing on the EU account, because it always feels like there's something that I can be doing. I want their plan to drop an expansion yearly for Guild Wars 2 because it's so successful now. I think the reason they are looking to drop annual expansions for Guild Wars 2 is just because it's I think it's a better model overall in terms of what MMO players are looking for now, rather than an expansion dropping every few years and then not necessarily hearing much in the meantime. I think particularly for MMO players in today's day and age, having that constant drip feed of new content is very, very valuable. And I think it offers them a far more consistent method of monetizations, because one of the, I'm not going to say the problems with Guild Wars 2, it's a very, very good thing for the community, but I imagine it's probably been a bit of a headache for them on the business side. Guild Wars 2 is incredibly friendly towards players in terms of monetization. When you even consider the old concepts of Living World, not your Living World Season 1, but your Living World Season 2, 3, 4, Icebrood Saga, if you were just playing the game at that point in time, you got that content completely for free. Just completely for free. You just log in, you get it. And when you consider, say, Living World Season 4, that is honestly an entire expansion's worth of content, an entire expansion's worth of development time, that you as a player got completely for free, which is amazing for the player. It's probably really annoying for them as a business, because it's really hard to monetize things that you give away for free. So I think the annual expansion model, one, it means you also have the, the annual hype of, hey, new expansions coming out, and then, people want to jump back in the game and experience, the expansion with everyone. That's a very good thing for an MMO in general. That's such a community-based experience. But it also means just every year they can have that constant, yep, you will pay $25, whatever it is, for the expansion. Oh, hooray. Rip. That was a very fun port. Have you done Eighth Path on your EU account yet? I don't think I have, actually. And the next expansion is coming in October. Oh, and 100%, like, I am planning to do Temple of Thebes CM on EU some point soon. It's honestly just a matter of me finding the time to start organising and pulling it together. But that will probably be coming in the somewhat immediate future, especially now that we've pushed past daylight saving, so we won't have a time shift to contend with, because I knew that was coming and knew it would be quite a significant time shift. So it's really just sort of down to me to pull the trigger to do that now, but that is sort of on my immediate list of things to be looking at. And to you, faster expansions feels like it leads to watered down content, not as rich as Hot or Path of Fire. That is, I think, something they're contending with, and I agree. Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, End of Dragons, they are far more complete and fleshed out experiences than what we got in Secrets of the Obscure and Janthea. And I think they are still trying to find their feet in terms of what level of content and what, level of detail can they give in an annual expansion model. And Janthea is a better expansion, I think, than Secrets of the Obscure in general. It feels more fleshed out, and we'll see what it's like once we get the next patch forward as well, so we can really judge it in its entirety. I think there's still areas I can really improve in, but yeah, Heart of Thorns is my favourite expansion of all Guild Wars 2. Then probably followed by Path of Fire, End of Dragons, then I'd say Janthea, then Secrets of the Obscure after that. But I think just generally for MMOs as a concept, having that consistent content is very, very good and very, very important for maintaining the player base, because what you want to avoid is giving people a huge glut of content at one point and then just nothing for years, because then that can lead to a huge amount of player drop off, and once a player drops off from a game, it's hard then to get them to come back. So I think having that, just there's always something coming up, something to look forward to, I think makes sense from a business perspective for them. I think there's still things they have to refine, things they need to improve, which I think they have been improving with Janthea Wilds, especially over Soto. Gotta love one burnt Taria, it's always good. And yeah, if I want the feeling that I am actively contributing the most, like, one, I definitely make sure I have Arc DPS installs and I can see how much damage or how many boons I'm pumping out and things like that. That would be how I could personally see, oh yeah, I really contributed towards that. But also I'd probably go more towards group instance content, because then you have just less people there, so your individual contribution is more apparent there. The concept of open world events, yeah, everyone's contributing a little bit, out of the whole, so it's hard to identify what you're contributing towards at any point. That is very true. But also, it depends on the mood you're in as a player. Sometimes I'm not in the mood to play open world. Sometimes I'm not in the mood to play instance content. And the fact there is such a wide variety of content means I can always find something to do that satisfies my game itch at any point. At certain points, I might even just be like, I want to go and try and solo legendary bounties. Not because it necessarily makes the most sense for me to do it at any point, because that's what I feel like doing at that point. And going through the theory crafting and build crafting process for that's very satisfying personally to me. Easy achievement points for EU. Yeah, I mean, we're very close to this next one here as well. We're very close to 12k. When's daily reset? That will be, what is it? 22 hours. Oh, freshwater pearl, nice. Enogu, welcome in. You did your training for Nightmare, Shadow Observatory, and Sanqua Peak CM and got the kill. Congratulations, that is awesome. And what do you think of Sanqua Peak in particular? It's like my favourite encounter in all of Guild Wars 2, so keen to see if you agree. Sanqua Peak is fantastic. I've been meaning to ask you alt accounts, your non-played NA and EU accounts, what content do they have access to in terms of X-Packs or Living Story? Most of them, I think, will have access to Living Story through Path of Fire, Icebreed Saga generally, because I think I logged into them daily enough at previous points to get access to that. In terms of expansions, we're talking anything but the top 3 accounts. This account, my main NA account, my NA alt account. Those ones will have everything, or up to End of Dragons. Top 2 accounts will have everything. The other accounts will basically have the expansions up to Path of Fire, because that was the very cheap deal I got on them years ago. And yeah, they're still figuring out the story direction, that is true. Faro, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that, mate. Hell yes. Which reminds me, we do need to draw this giveaway as well. So yeah, everyone, make sure you type in ! Enter loving the 420 as well. Appreciate you. Type in ! Enter in chat. We're going to draw the winner for our 50 Mystic Coins momentarily. I see 21 people have entered. Let's see if we can increase that a bit more. Yep. It's a good point to the Wizard Vault, like you recommended back then. Look at achievements. We actually get XP for certain main achievements to do anything. You get stuff for the achievements, not just the fact you did it. You're going to install Guild Wars 2 again, give it another try. You miss it too often. You have a max level wizard, I assume Elementalist, but you found not so much fun. You advised Daggers instead, but Daggers feel meh. What's a responsive class? A very responsive class. That's a bit of a tricky one, because it depends a bit on the build and the weapon you're playing. The classes I personally find the most responsive will be, this is entirely subjective, but ones that kind of stand out to me personally will be probably Condi Renegade. Maybe Condi Willbender. Reaper I find very responsive. Daredevil I find responsive as well. It's a very... I'm sort of just trying to think subjectively as the ones I find the most fluid to play. Scourge I find very responsive as well. Anything that doesn't really have a huge amount of animation locks and too many, stance swaps and things like that, I tend to find quite responsive. Scrapper I find very responsive as well. That's entirely a subjective thing. It depends on what kind of playstyle and rhythm you enjoy, I think. I hope they buff the Mistburn Survey gold per hour, because 5 gold per hour for new content's rough. Yeah, I think some more gold for that and it will be good. That map is very much carried by how easy it is to farm rifts at the moment, and also the infusion drop they're pushing for. Is an add-on that allows you to see the exact percentage of boss HP legal? I don't even think that's an add-on. Well, one, it will probably be under Arc DPS, in which case, yes, but also you have show target health percent right there in your options, which that kind of just does it for the most part. But beautiful. We will draw the winner for the giveaway. Any chance some neat instant content today? Strikes and raids? Yeah, 100% we'll do some strikes today. We'll probably do that next, I believe. We'll draw the winner for this giveaway, start up a new one, we'll go take a break, and then we'll do some strikes, I think. 100%. I was catching up on chat as well. Yeah, getting better at Sunqua. You do still find you have to get the mechanics down. Also, Shadow Observatory. You have to throw down Portal. You're nervous about that. But you did the Portal right on one of the 33%. Awesome. Our trainer asked you if anyone else had the Portal. Turns out you did volunteer. That is great. Also, don't like to enter the giveaways. Don't need mats or skins. That's all good, Sven. I appreciate everything you provided for the giveaways as well. Keeping spell locked and animation locked with the elementals, which feels bad. Yeah, anything that has animation locks can be a bit fiddly to play. So I find things... Personally, for me, Revenant is one that I think doesn't have as many animation locks in general compared to other classes. I think that one kind of stands out as one that doesn't to me. Oh, Nexus has a boss health add-on that shows HP numbers and instance content only. It's made by the Nexus man Delta himself. Okay, yeah, so I figured that one should be fine. Reed's game memory, though, a bit spicy to use. I feel like Arc DPS basically does that as well. And for just seeing the actual boss HP, because the general rule for them, like I won't be able to say whether that particular add-on is legal or not, but the general rule they go for is, does this offer you a, advantage over anyone not running that? And of course, that really applies to competitive game modes, but in PvE, seeing the boss's health exact percentage, I don't see how that would do it. It's when you start to write that you get red flags. Yeah, if you're just reading it, that's one thing, yeah. It's not so much a TOS question. Yeah, ArenaNet will basically never go, yeah, this particular add-on is fine, because they want the capacity to be able to say, no, we don't want that one anymore. Okay, let's draw the winner for this giveaway. Everyone, last chance, we're going to draw this before I forget and before I go on too much of a tangent. Okay, let's go. We're going to close this giveaway in 3, 2, 1. Oh, Addie's, I got distracted again. Addie's doing her little dreams. Last chance. Close. We're going to draw our winner now. Congratulations, Sky. You are the winner of 50 Mystic Coins. Sky, type your account name in chat and I'll mail this skin right to you. Hell yeah, congratulations, AFK reroll. Give it a few minutes at least. Beautiful, let's open all that. Nice. The ping's actually insanely good on EU today. That's very exciting. What a good day. Oh yeah, we need to tidy that up. It's a bit of a mess. And thank you very much, Sky. Hell yes. We'll mail that right to you. But well deserved. Thanks so much for entering. Thank you to everyone who's entered. Everyone who's just hanging out with us today. I really appreciate you all. But congratulations. So we'll mail that through to you right now. Ends in 7652. That's it. First of many. Yes. Well done. Okay, and this skin... Very nice. Mace skin there. Thank you, Faro. Thank you, Digital, for the follow. Not bad. 27 gold as well. Thank you. So we'll copy this giveaway. Delete. I'm going to start up another giveaway as well. Thank you. You're most welcome, mate. Can you post a link to the document that Raycore and Nexus have made about their plugin policy? Feel free to DM it to me on Discord, then I can do it as well, because it's like a royal pain for me to enable people to do links, so feel free to DM it to me. But everyone, make sure you type in ! Enter in chat for your chance to win the Monkshoot of Dreams. Monkshoot, there we go. We got Monkshoot of Dreams. It's a banger of a mace skin, it's worth 27 gold. It's skin you get from doing 8th Path as well. Some of the hardest dungeon content in the game as well. So make sure you enter. Let's tidy that up. Beautiful. It's already much better. It's good. We were holding off on depositing materials or else we'd lose the Mystic coins and I have to go get them. But yeah, everyone, enter. We're going to go take a break, stretch our legs. We'll be back in a few minutes. Then we're going to do some strikes. It's going to be a good time. Everyone sit tight. We'll see you in a bit. If you are looking for the best way to manage your Guild Wars 2 add-ons, then I've got you covered. Today I'm going to walk you through how Do you want to play one of the easiest, highest damaging builds in the game, where you can simply mash a couple keys and watch this happen?
You have my sword.
Do you want to play a DPS build where you do not care what the rest of your team is doing, because you are one of the most self-sufficient builds in the game? Do you want to play a build where you can customize it to provide all manner of useful utility to your team to carry them through even the hardest of content? Well, today your prayers have been answered. We are covering the majestic Power Soul Beast.
So it begins.
Welcome back, everyone. Power Soul Beast has been my go-to power damage build for the last few weeks, and I have been enjoying it to an astounding level. Here we have godlike levels of burst damage, so anything you find in open world is going to die exceptionally quickly. You are incredibly self-sufficient due to the baked-in boon extension that your build has, so you're always going to be having more boons than the rest of your team. You have the option to customize your build for some amazing utility. You've got group-wide Aegis, stability, damage reduction, boon extension, group-wide stun breaks, and outstanding levels of CC if you choose. So here you've got a DPS build that's going to put you at the top of the charts, all while still being able to carry your team through the hardest content. So buckle up, everyone, you're going to enjoy this one. First up, for the basics of Soul Beast. Here we've got an elite specialization of the Ranger class, and instead of having to rely on managing your pet like every other Ranger build does, here you can merge with your pet by entering Beast mode. So here your pet will give you extra attributes based on the type of pet that you have, and it will give you access to 3 new beast skills that are similar to your pet skills that you can activate at any time of your choosing. Soul Beast is basically a purely offensive elite spec, which rocks both great condition damage and power builds, and I have personally enjoyed playing Soul Beast for years since it launched with Path of Fire. Like every Ranger build, we first need to cover off on the pets that we need. Here you can actually be fairly flexible with the pets that you use. However, for Power Soul Beast, they at least need to be a ferocious pet, i.e. it will give you extra power and ferocity when you merge with them. This is going to be needed to crank your damage as much as possible, so make sure you pick this. Having a ferocious pet is also going to give you access to the Worldly Impact Beast skill, which is going to be a key part of your damage rotation. Now in general, the Red Mower is going to give you the highest damage. On top of Worldly Impact, you're also going to get Harmonic Cry, which is a useful healing skill for yourself and nearby allies. But most importantly, we get Frenzied Attack, where you attack 5 times and inflict vulnerability. This skill is also going to be used to help upkeep the Fireworks Relic buff that we're going to talk about in our build later on. Another fantastic pet for extra CC will be the Rock Gazelle. Here we've got Kick for a little bit of extra damage, but most importantly, we've got Charge, which is going to apply some damage and do some great Defiance Bar damage. A very nice pet for open world in particular is going to be the Smoke Scale. So here you can take this for some extra CC and the Smoke Assault skill, which is basically unrelenting assault from the Revenant. Here your takedown skill is going to apply some knockdowns, so some extra break bar damage, and your Smoke Assault is going to conceal you and make you lash out at nearby foes and gain extra might each time you strike an enemy. It is also an evade for some extra spice. Now you've got some extra choices to work with. As long as they are a ferocious pet, you're going to mostly be good to go. For our gear and food, it's very straightforward. Here we're going to take Berserker's gear in every slot. We're also going to be taking Rune of the Scholar for the extra power and ferocity. For our weapons, we're either going to take Sword, Axe and Hammer, or Axe, and Hammer, depending on your preference. And for our sigils, we're just going to be taking Sigil of Force and Sigil of Impact. Nice and simple. These sigils are going to give us the overall best strike damage modifiers for our power build, so it's a no-brainer. For our relic, we'll be taking Relic of the Fireworks. So when we use a skill that has a recharge time of 20 seconds or more, you'll gain 7%. And we have returned. Welcome back, everyone. Let's just go keep an eye. Guru, do you have the build for Soul Beast for boons by any chance? You need to work on getting another power build. You've been doing Condi DPS all the time. You haven't focused on power builds. I don't personally have access to that. Oh, thank you for posting that, PK there. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thanks, Tommy, for the whisper as well. Thank you all. And what is up, Gossek? Okay, let's tidy some of this up before we move on up.
Man, loot.
I'll hold off on opening the unidentified gear. Is on Snow Crows? Probably not, because any sort of boon soul beast build, particularly for open world. Snow Crows tends to focus more on raid builds. They might have something for open world, actually, now that I think about it, as I sort of correct myself live. Builds, open world, ranger. Is buying heavy bag and opening them good? Don't know. I'd suspect probably not, but it's probably just me saying that's something I wouldn't really do. Let's just see what boons this kind of gives itself. Base mastery. Game power. Yeah, well, this will be fine. Not sure it might give you all the boons that you're looking for, but it'll be pretty sweet. And thank you, Dismon, for the follow. It gives boons for your allies when doing fractals. So any Soul Beast build that would give boons to allies. Soul Beast is purely just a DPS build for the most part for most instance content. There's a few niche builds for not fractals, for raids, for Hankai and stuff like that. But any Soul Beast build that will give people boons, you'll take the leader of the pack trait. And then you'll take any of the stances that give boons. That will be how you do it, particularly how you give stability. If you want to give quickness to your team, you'll do that through Untamed. If you want to give alacrity, you'll do that through Druid. Soul Beast doesn't really do that. It can sort of do a very select amount of boons. Great Doodad, well done. You just commanded a Temple of Thebe and HT Norma. That's awesome, mate. Congratulations. And yeah, I know you're like, that is a big thing for you to do, so well done. Hey, Command, sorry to hear that, but you did so well by commanding that, so well done. Just open all these. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted subs, Discipline. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. You're an absolute legend, mate. Everyone enjoy the complete lack of ads and your wonderful ad emotes. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
D1SC1 place 1N3 TV gifted a tier 1 sub to Kanzuko.
Beautiful. Now, what build do we feel like playing?
D1SC1
We might do some more Condi Spectre.
Gifted a tier 1 sub
Yeah,
to
some more Condi Spectre shenanigans. I think that sounds like a pretty good time.
D1SC1 place 1N3
Also means I can stay on the one character, which that's also very easy for me. Okay. I'm just contemplating how much I have to change. Okay. Do I have Condi? I have Core Condi Thief. Okay, hang on. Let me just... We'll fix it. We'll get Condi Spectre. I feel like Condi DPS Spectre. Although for strikes that... You know what? It's fine. It's going to be a bit bad for some strikes. It's going to be really good for others. So we won't think too hard about it. Thinking is the enemy of progression. We must simply do.
That's valuable.
And yeah, I mostly remember the build, I think. And we will take Scepter. That ain't right. Ritual Scepter. Love legendary gear. I'm loving it more and more the more legendary gear I get. Oh. I'm just contemplating. Actually, hang on. What is the... Give me the thief builds. Can't remember the exact sigils. It's going to be Torment and probably Doom. I'm pretty sure it's Torment and Doom. That sounds like a correct statement. Did I appear Portal ADBS Spectre for a quick HTCN? Oh, that would be cursed. Regular Fractal. Torment and Doom sounds right. I need another... Fractal. I need another dagger. Let's just unequip that. I'll just put a short bow there, just in case. Yes. Torment. Oh, actually... Stretch expertise. No. Just thinking slowly, don't want to override that. Oh, I'll deal with that in a moment. I might have a random dagger lying around. I just want another Viper's dagger. Do I have one? I can get that and stat swap it, or I can probs just... Do I get an Ascended dagger? Or I just put on the Ritualist dagger, it's fine. Yeah, that's actually totally fine. That's fine for now. I'll deal with the actual decision I need to make later. Good, there we go. You know, the downsides of not having legendary gears, I do have to make compromises with weapons occasionally. Bam, bam, bam. And bam. We're quite happy with that. Panic Strike. Mobilize the foe poisons them. And then we do Devourer Venom. Cool. Build is a thing. Cool. So we will do some strike missions now. What we are going to do... Just use Pokéseed. No. I don't want to use it. You have 2 legendary sigil? Yeah, I crafted a second one on my last stream. You could just go to Exotic Gear and buy the cheap stuff from the TP. Yeah, I 100% could do that. That's what I was sort of weighing up in my head. Because then, yeah, we can buy another sigil for that, just for this build. I was just tossing up because I was sort of going... I'm going to craft another legendary sigil probably next week. So how does that fit in? And it's kind of want to utilize what I've got. Apologies if I missed any messages. Well, thank you so much, Discipline, for the subs. I really appreciate you. No, not that. Just taking us a minute for our brain to catch up. There we go. And also, if you want to check out another amazing stream who's also live, make sure you go check out the wonderful Perfect D, a fantastic friend of the stream, and gave me such support when I first started out in streaming. When I first started streaming Guild Wars 2, PD was one of those who really helped me reach Twitch affiliate. Zez, what's up? How's it going? Oh yeah, and I did the thing, I crafted a legendary rune on this account so I could get the free legendary relic. Sorry you weren't able to do that. Oh, make sure I don't leave the squad this time. Cool, we will do IBS 5, Cold War. No, scratch that. I was going to say not Cold War. No, not doing Cold War. Just, no. We're going to be doing Dragonstorm. That's what I meant to say. Then we'll do EOD and Soto dailies. Thank you, Amir. Feeding, love it. Let me know what roles you guys want to play, and I will make it happen. I'll just be doing DPS shenanigans tonight. So yeah, let me know what you feel like doing, practicing, that's all good, and then we'll hit up the LFG. So if anyone wants to join us, you can join up here. Secretly want to do cool. Did Max say don't get extra for that? No, it's 1 ticket per person. And you want to queue DPS, that's good. You can queue DPS, that's fine. /D, Tommy, go a heal. Yeah, you got a heal there, Tommy. So yeah, we'll do nothing else. We'll just do Forging Steel. And we're on EU. Okay. You feel perfect.
What now?
Let's see. Nope, not in the raids. So IBS 5 plus DS plus EOD Soto dailies. Boon. Okay, go DPS. And go Q DPS. So Nachi, go Q DPS, and Hafaro, if you can A heal. Beautiful. Okay, strike mission. Let's get Bone Skinner done. Okay, let's go get the talk. So everyone's coming in. I will plop some food down. Flatbread. Cool. Food is down. I eat my own stuff. On a far stuff. Hang on, we can do. There you go. I should probably record B-roll. Prob should. Yes. That's fine? Yeah. And I ran out of experience booster. Oh well, that's just my life now. And where's button to record B-roll? There it is. Hide chat, so I get a bit of a cleaner display. They can't complain yet. No complaining, only good vibes. No, you've made your choice now. Oh yeah, I've got the candy corn gobbler. I just need to buy more candy corn. Usually if it's some easy sort of admin thing in Guild Wars 2 and I haven't done it, it's because I've been too lazy to do it. Sidestep. Like, this is doing pretty well for what's ostensibly a power fight. Ouch. Dodge. Sidestep. Sidestep again. Ouch. Let's get a heal off there. Dodge. Sidestep. Sidestep that. Burn initiative. Get there we go. Get our Thieves Guild up. for a bit of last minute burst. Sidestep. That's gonna hurt. Nice, not too bad. See, and the trick to get spars to do good DPS is actually not to put them on a DPS, it's to put them on a Q DPS. And it would seem as though I don't have the booster because I'm not using it. I do have it, but I just haven't used it right now. Oh no, you got me on that one. Yeah, you just beat me on that one. Oh cool, I can stop recording. Funny thing, earlier today I was doing a bit more of the server upgrade. I was trying to set up some virtual machines to try and use as a streaming PC down the track. It's a bit of a thing to, you know, entertain myself and for future content. And in the middle of setup, then Jess and I decided to go out, do some grocery shopping. So I'm like, okay, cool, we'll leave that. And I just left the PC going and left OBS going. So I just basically recorded the entire day of sitting on like the VM setup. Because that was the point where I got to. That was fun.
You're young to be so confident.
So I've got like a solid 3-hour recording of nothing there. That's actually got a little bit of stuff that I need. Okay. The burst is actually surprisingly good on Condi Spectre. It's actually really good.
Contract accepted.
Oh no. Ah! There's many chains. Break the bar. Okay, Condi Spectre is pretty cracked, actually. It's really good. Why is that there? Ugh.
Click, click, boom.
Fuel your own destruction.
Defend yourself.
Trying to pump as much as we can. Oh, just a bit at the end. We got there. Oh, mate, Excel sheet with your own goals. ChatGPT says that's good to do if you have ADHD. No, that sounds like a good thing. And yeah, that's what I used to do as well. I used to have a big spreadsheet with all my goals in Guild Wars too. It was good to have that sort of visualize, hey, here's the kind of things I'm working towards. Okay, that's probably the last of these fights that will actually have like insanely good DPS on Condi Spectre, although the ramp is pretty hype. Let's get Freynier. I would say, yeah, we'll do Freynier just to get that done. That one's probably going to be the worst for us. I'm still recording B-roll. I'll stop that. And Morgan, welcome into YouTube. How come we don't open the chests at the end? That is because they get mailed to me there if you don't open them. So I like to open them all at the end. So yeah, I still get the chests. They're just mailed to me instead of me having to open them there. And here I will actually do Well of Bounty for more stability.
I feel furious.
Mass invisibility? Yes, do it. And stability. Stab and Resi, two favorite boons. They are insanely good. Just gotta wait until it's actually vulnerable. There we go.
Click, click, boom.
Do you play in 4K? No, I play on 1440. So you're almost welcome there, Morgan, and thank you for popping in over there on YouTube. And blast there. This is a tough one to get good Condi ramp on. Do we have stability? Let's find out. We do. Yes! That's 2K, right? I guess it's sort of 2K. But yeah, 1440p, so 2560 by 1440. That may be colloquially referred to as 2K, but don't quote me on that. But yeah, you'll see we'll get a whole bunch of mail here, and that will be those chests there that we didn't open. Never done any strikes, so they're easy to pug. Oh, 100%. These are easy to pug. Drastically easy, especially in normal modes. You do not really need... Well, you'll get your boons and quickness and alacrity and all that, get your healer. Commander will deal with that. These are very easy. Do you get less rewards from chests? Do you? That's what you've been told. I've never really noticed that. I'll have to actually check that. I was thinking that, of like, there's potential for that, but I have no way of knowing, because I've also done this for so long. But I've always felt as though I've gotten the same amount. Oh, opening the chest gives you a bit of extra Eternal Ice. Okay, good to know. Yeah, that, I guess, makes sense.
Brilliant Ember.
Oh yeah, get 1,000 needles for this one. Dislike the skill, but it's good. Yes, there we go. Saving recording. Go again. Couldn't remember if I actually stopped and started recording. This is going to be a really tough one to ramp on Condi. I do have a bit of AoE cleave. I'm going to try and hit through them. I mean, we're doing okay. It's because I'm focusing on the Claw of the Fallen while standing on the Voice. There we go. Try and swap your target to that now.
This will
Not too bad. Actually, I might even try and open these and let's see the difference. Because yeah, we'll take a bit of Eternal Ice. But yeah, anything they'll give us extra rewards. So then make sure to enter the giveaway once we are done with the Icebrood Saga Strike, so just for Cold War. No, not Cold War. One day I'll get it right. Dragonstorm. Oh, Cleaving there's so nice. It is, yeah. If you have particularly a power DPS build with Cleave, you're going to do some insane damage. Yeah, Pistol Pistol Unload in both of them. That is incredibly satisfying to do. It's Shiv, Big Pass, yeah. 47. Like, Cold War's actually not that bad. It's no 14 steel. Is your guild in a specific server? If you're in EU, can you join? You can 100% join it. We're predominantly EU. There are NA members in there as well, also because I also play on NA, but we're predominantly EU, so that works out well. So if you want to join, just type your account name in chat or whisper me in-game, and I will shoot you an invite. Apparently Soulbeast has Cleave. Soulbeast has a lot of Cleave. Soulbeast is really, really good for it. Oh, the squad tool to keep on track of people is insanely good.
Commander, heard you're headed back into the pass. I'll be right there.
Give me that. You stay put.
Oh, I guess I actually need a target for that. Oh, I can actually target someone there. Yes. For Wayfarer players, oh, make sure you give me the numbers at the end of your name there. Like the dot, then the 4 numbers.
shadows guide me.
So yeah, everything like up there, then that's what I need to shoot you an invite.
This storm isn't normal. Blocking us from following Vanguard? Makes you wonder if it's intentional, and who's pulling the strings.
And even for Soulbeast, you can just get yourself a set of exotic Berserker's gear and you're going to be just fine for ages. And that's very cheap in the trading post. No, I won't bother opening those. I never do. Excellent, thank you. Let's grab that. G. Charge, miss. Discipline. That looks correct. Awesome. Welcome in. Teleport beacon.
I should be there.
You're being a distraction.
Hehehe, precast. It's precursor drop. The number of precursor drops I would have missed, that would not surprise me. Oh, we're going. Oh, Pistol Thief is unironically good. Oh, we missed our 1,000 needles drop. That's very sad. We're really going to have to ramp our damage. Almost. Nice.
That worked out okay.
Which is better for Boons, Herald, or Scrapper for power build? Overall, I'd say Herald for the ease of access in which it applies Boons. Scrapper is very good though. Especially since it got buffed recently. Herald, I think, has better boon coverage. But we're going to draw the winner for our giveaway, so everyone make sure you enter last chance before we go into Dragonstorm. I said the right thing this time. We'll draw the winner. So everyone make sure you enter. Nope. Cancel ready check. There we go. Yeah, 600 radius on Herald's insanely good. So Scrap's more fun to play. I think Scrap's probably more fun and engaging, though I do really enjoy. I enjoy both Heralds. I've really been loving some Quickness Condi Herald lately. But beautiful, we're going to close our giveaway now and draw a winner. So we'll draw our winner in 3, 2, 1. Nani Impossible, welcome, oh not welcome in, congratulations, you're the winner. Type your account name in chat and I'll mail the skin right to you, or not skin, the weapon. Congratulations. Sub 2 fire, 3 ice. Congratulations. You're welcome to... Yes, there we go. And thank you, Captain, for the follow. But yeah, we've got a weapon here that we are giving away, the Monk Shoot of Dreams. Excellent, thank you. Everyone else in squad, feel free to deal with the shenanigans here. No, not unlock skin, male 2. It's very close. Enjoy. And thank you all so much for entering, and thank you for all the support. I really appreciate you all. And what else was I doing? You got this, team. Beautiful. 1,000 needles. So we're doing sub 3 ice. I always accidentally put myself on ice. I don't want to be on ice, but I told myself I'd go there, so we'll do it.
Ryland.
Ram knew the risks.
Might
Nice and clear on the trash for me, Commander.
I feel furious into the pain.
Just spam big damage. Pop our heal skill down. And just spam stability in general.
Jormag has not yet joined you, champion. You must draw them out.
We're long past excuses, Ryland. You made your choice. This needs to end. Feel your own destruction.
Nice. Trust in the stability.
This is bad justice.
Yeah, Condi Spectre's pretty hype, actually.
We can't get distracted.
It's even better if you actually do use Spear and can use it well. The damage is even higher.
He'll be back. His pride won't let him stay away long.
Wonder where he gets that from. In the meantime, fire alarm!
Bram,
Where's Bram?
you yourself.
What are you doing there, Addy? Down you get, sweetie. Down you get.
We're not here to kill you. We're here to kill Primordius.
Spectre doesn't have awful AoE cleave. It's not its best function. Yeah, so unfortunately it's just in this. It's not in actual like HTCM. She is licking my leg. Not as something like Harvest Temple Challenge mode where she has actually wiped groups because of it. And don't inhale root beer. That's a good reminder. I imagine that probably didn't feel fantastic there. Great doodad. Where are we going? Yeah, we've got to deal with these out here. Addie strong in gravity. She is. She's deceptively strong. So everyone will deal with those. Me actually using Turtle.
As long as Jormag is connected to the power of the champion and the
Really enjoyed Icebreed Saga. I really enjoyed it as well, especially the start of it. The start of it I think is really, really good. And stability there.
One is not enough. We've got to bring Ryland and Graham down together.
Let's get Perez. Not sure what the health is. I'm going to assume it's good. Nice. Was Bram not doing so hot? I've got to probably start seeing here. Okay, we're going to have to start splitting these.
Did you see that?
Two fire, 3 ice. There we go. So much wrong. So I thought that's what happened.
Champions are hanging on to dragons by a thread.
Actually, Fractal God, she would get a heal on stability. A proper road being made in the US because the tree required to make it. Okay, that's interesting, because yeah, you really don't get that here in Australia.
Elder dragons. This might take a couple rounds. Stay strong.
But yeah, we'll just go kill the things here. So is it Harvest Temple and Temple of Phoebe for the dailies? One more over there. Nice, won't really bother heading to it. Oh cool, we're maxed out on Eternal Ice. Oh, vanilla ice cream with any sort of soft drink is always pretty hype. Got stability there, nice. We've got ample stability. Beautiful. That looks pretty balanced now. lead with some stability. Much better. Another good thing about Spectre as well is you do have a reasonable amount of just AoE heal as well, which is pretty nice.
Connection's weak.
Oh, is that what a root beer float is? Ouch. Happens sometimes.
Is this working? Is this genuinely actually working?
Stay focused. One last push. For Graham. For all of us. Champion, help me! There's too much. This power. It's so wild. Get to the prisms.
I'm coming! Hold on, Aurene!
Job done. Let's see what we get.
Champion, I'm pulling you back.
This works really well with orange soda. Yeah. But Coke as well. That's really, really nice. Creaming soda would be great with it as well. Okay, beans, yeah.
It's done. Champion.
There we go, Kevin. Nice, got a Stormcaller axe. Nice. And he's just lying right behind us. I might even do pistol shenanigans in a bit. This temple, nice. Yeah, Pistol Daredevil was really fun. So here... Yeah, got pistol. I'll probs just do... deactivate, yeah.
Might and glory!
And yeah, this is fine. Yeah. It's fine. We're playing a Gunslinger Guardian. Oh, that's a good one as well. Check as well what Mazel's rocking for this. Yep, this is fine.
Might and safe and hard.
Just checking the skills. Okay, yeah, we'll actually have to take the Assassin's Signet of Agility. Oh well.
We must cleanse that corrupted
I
magic.
feel furious!
Push it into the prismatic rift. purified. Break it to send it back.
Break the bar?
It worked. The dragon board is exposed.
Did you see it?
We just phase. Nice. Oh, super speed's nice. Let's go get the res.
Anyone help me? I make a pretty good team.
Back away from that. Nice. Step away. And yeah, thanks for the heads up there, Urk. I appreciate that.
Another corrupted ore. You know what to do.
But you don't know. You will not succeed. What began as void shall return to it. A splendid combination.
Nice little shadow step there. Push it a bit that way. Nice. Get over here. Ooh, now we get the fun bit. Jumping. Ouch. Try not to port if you get down there. Ooh, giants. Oh, that was a good shadow step. Just as I walked off the edge. Truly one of the shadow steps of all time. Oh, did I didn't take the trait that pierces. Oh no. I'm like, why is none of my stuff piercing? Turns out there's a reason for that. I didn't take the trait for it. Yeah, kill that last giant. Yeah, I've literally got 0 cleave. Oh, it just means we have to sweat even harder now.
Once more. It's working.
until that boss goes down. I'll just push that way. Oh, Pistol Thief is great for it. Oh, it's a bit off center. Just waiting to try and line up my dodge.
A splendid company.
Yeah, stun break there is super nice. Okay, just try and split people on each side. Let's just go ahead this over this way. Okay. Okay, that's moving away. Keep it away from the edge. As soon as it moves away from you, just stop attacking. Making good use of Shadow Step here. Shadow Step is unironically putting in so much work. I'm trying just burst it, I think, now. Just do it before it reaches the edge. There we go. And dodge that. Nice. Cool, now I'll actually run the correct traits. Anything else nice there? Not really. But good job, team. Everyone was alive there at the end. Here we go, that's better. And I'll run. Actually, there we go. Very clean. Yeah, that was super clean. I have to check, there's a set of gear that I run. Can't remember it. But we'll get 100% crit with our Signet of Agility. How many accounts total do you have with everything? I think 10. 2 that I play actively. Oh yeah, the game's crashing. Hang on. We'll be back in a moment. Just head into the instance. I'll be there very shortly. The game's just not loading. That happens occasionally. Bring that back in. You got Fastlane Storm, Alexis? No, I don't at the moment. Like, I have run it in the past, but I just haven't run it for a while. I probably should. And display. There we go. We're back in. It's loading now. Takes a long time to load into the Wizard's Tower. Give it a minute. Okay. H, what do we have? Thief. Yeah, I think it's all Berserker. The little trick with it though, if you mount up, you can move right away while you let things load around you. As soon as you dismount, they'll snap you back to your loading in position. I guess you got to be careful with that. Jumping puzzle. Oh, cool. We'll easily get that done. Nice.
You rarely see one of those.
So you just press P. Press P. Yeah, press P to ready up. just ignore my caps.
Ready for more. I make a pretty good team. Stop. Don't. Concentration.
Sidestep. Mindless, how's it going? Welcome in, mate. So good to see you. That's a lot of AoEs there. And thank you for the standing desk. We'll make sure we do that just after this. He's got quite a few stacks. Gonna need big res. Yeah, the AoEs are a bit on the spicy side. Hang on so you can get everyone up. Just Smith of Catbeer up to level 78. Nice. GG. Oh, we'll just stand this now. Thanks for the hydrate. And thank you for the follow. I've been going very, very well. Oh yeah, turn that off. Who turned challenge mode on? Yeah, that will do it. I'm like, this is taking a lot longer. You saw but kept quiet? Yeah, I did not even notice. Shenanigans ensue. Didn't they? I'm like, there's a lot more mechanics than I'm used to seeing for this.
Swift and steady. Safe from harm.
There we go. Oh yeah, that's a bit sus.
Justice prevails.
Much better.
I don't have enough energy.
just save up some of our damage and we'll head over to this. Yes, don't stack these right on it.
Splendid combination. Will need more endurance. Firing main cannon.
Back away.
Ready for more.
Not up keeping our damage modifier as much as we should. So to get into PoE, I've played a little bit of it, but I was having a lot of issues with my CPU maxing out like very frequently, which made it incredibly hard to stream it well. So I played a few hours of I played, was it class or is it interest? Yeah, I think I played a little bit of the new class, but yeah, sort of holding out until either I get a dual PC set up working with some VMs or that issue is fixed. Try and run it on Vulkan? I did, yeah, and it didn't really make that much of a difference. The issue was that it was just maxing out our CPU to 100%, which is really bad when I'm streaming, because then it causes the stream to get very unstable.
Did you see that?
I have resolution viewer. What's that? Oh, what company is that? Oh, Last Epoch. I've heard about that, and I've heard people are really enjoying it.
Ready for more.
I would like to try that at some point.
I make a pretty good team.
A new season coming in a few days. Very cool. But yeah, I do want to dive back into some Path of Exile at some point. But yeah, we've got to sort of wait until those CPU issues are dealt with, or else it's really, really hard for me to stream that well. Oh, that was the movement. That's good. I appreciate that. And sidestep. Cool, we're doing pretty well in terms of damage. Big burst just at the end. Nice. Vagabond, how are you? It's great to see you. Thank you for popping in. Beautiful. That'll be it for strikes. Thank you all for coming for that. And you're doing a bit of math, but with 10 accounts of doing PvP dailies and getting 12.05 Astral Claim, 65 per day for dailies and 50 for weekly, you can get 429 gold for clean dailies and spending 35 for the 1 gold bags. PvP match wins. Nice. As well as the Mystic coins as well. The Mystic coins are insane value. That's what I will probably be looking to do on the other accounts. Could try that Sierra attempt yesterday, and I'm like, this looks different. I can't quite describe why. As it turns out, surprise CM shenanigans. But well done, team. And yeah, I do enjoy Pistol Daredevil. I think Conti Spectre's, oh, it's obviously it's the better build, but I dare say it might be a bit more fun. This is definitely easy though. It's very easy to get good numbers on. which I do appreciate about it.
Find everything you need here.
Somehow someone's went way too fast on HD. Glorious. I missed doing Harvest Temple Challenge mode. That was good times. Okay, I will deposit. I'll open a bunch of stuff here actually though.
You rarely see one of those.
Beautiful. Let's pop that there. Drag that there. Oh, we've got like all our gifts of craftsmanship there as well, so we're good. I thought I had far too few provisions tokens for legendary sigils. Like, why am I only on 68? Because I sworn I had more. Turns out I just pre-bought a whole bunch of gifts of craftsmanship. So that's why that's there. I should salvage that to get the runes of the trapper out. I should. And also should probably craft... Yeah, I do need to start doing some End of Dragons for all the Aurene weapons at some point. That is on our list, is to get every Aurene weapon. There's a whole bunch of stuff to salvage as well. Wish you had started with provision tokens earlier. I don't think they hold you back. Yeah, they can be a little bit of a slog. But yeah, the way I've done it is I've got characters parked at the vendors in Heart of Thorns maps. And what I'll do, I need to actually stock up on some of them, which I might actually do at some point in the near future, is I just bought all the really cost-effective weapons, the ones that are around about 30 to 50 silver per provision token, and just loaded up the inventory with all those, so I can just log in each day, exchange the weapons for the tokens, next character, repeat, next character, repeat. And I've got one character parked in Black Citadel, so I can do the Obi Shard swap, and one in Lion's Arch for the Mystic Forge swap, or Mystic Forge Stone. And yet that works quite well. I think that gives me somewhere in the realm of 11 to 12 per day. And then yeah, we just log in and do it. I'll hold on to those, I don't want to sell them. They did that 2 weeks ago, you're missing at 150, ouch. I hate the fact that having parked characters is like optimal gameplay. You don't have many ults as you enjoy your thief, so I guess you don't get all that stuff. It's optimal in the sense of if you have the characters, it's good to do, but it's not that much gold. Do you any of Wing 2, 3, 5, 7 left? Josh, asking for yourself. I was thinking of doing some raise now. I think that sounds like a pretty good time. I'll probably take a break just in a few minutes to go stretch the legs, but that sounds really, really good. But yeah, it's like optimal in the sense of if you're not doing anything else with it, but it's good to do, but it's not a huge amount of gold. And I have, like for reference, I have 25 characters on this account. Almost none of them are actively parked at the moment. I really should park them in more places, but also it gets a little bit tedious to do at times. Jans, welcome in. You're in a position of crafting Gen 3 weapons, however you're stuck choosing which one. Utility is most important to you, so you can use it on more characters. Which ones do you go for first? Spear, obviously you can't do spear for Aurene weapons, so we just remove that from the list. But I think sword's actually the most used one on all classes. I think every class should be able to use sword. Yeah, sword is the most used one, so if you're looking for the most utility, sword's the best one. And that can be used by many. Yeah, and it also depends on the classes that you play personally as well. Because yeah, different builds will use different weapons, but in terms of raw utility, sword is the best one to start with. Oh, you made the mistake of using Mystic Forge Stones for provisions tokens. Now you can't make any more Mystic Salvage kits and have to pay the higher price per salvage with the Silver Fed. That is true. The Silver Fed is more expensive than the Mystic Salvage kit. However, then just the sheer convenience of never having to think about salvage kits again is underrated. Oh yeah, you're kind of burnt out, Ellie May? Okay, well, mostly swords are a really good shout then. Enjoying the pistol unload gang. But I find pistol, it's a good build to have, especially good for kiting things in like Kadim 1 and Kadim 2 in raids in particular, because you can throw on a whole bunch of self-sustain Relic of Zakharos. I find it's a build that I get bored of playing really quickly, so it's one that I find it's good to swap to for a bit when I'm in the mood, just to vibe out and pump good damage, not have to think too much about it. But I always find myself itching to swap to something else that's a bit more engaging. You need to get around to actually make a website out of your tool to show which weapon someone uses on their account the most. That's really cool. That'd be a very, very useful thing for people. Let's salvage that.
This is most remarkable.
Cool, that is all good there. Beautiful. I will go take a break for a few minutes and then we will be back with some more content. So sit tight, enjoy a video, we'll see you in a minute. The latest Guild Wars 2 expansion, Janthia Wilds, is landing next week. So today we are taking a look at every single new feature we are going to get our grubby little hands on. Janthia Wilds is launching next week, and we're going to have a ton of new features and areas of the world to explore. We'll be heading up north to the Isles of Janthia with 2 new maps on launch, the Lowland Shore and Janthia Sintry, and a brand new faction to interact with, the Lowland Coden. Once again, we are branching out in terms of the story after we finish the Elder Dragon saga with the End of Dragons expansion. And as a huge enjoyer of Living World Season 3, which had a load of tie-ins to the Isles of Janthia and the Massat, I am massively excited for. It's been a full year since the launch of Secrets of the Obscure, and ArenaNet are doubling down on their model of releasing a new expansion every single year, with a major patch coming every 3 months after that. So with a year of content under our belt, it's time to see how ArenaNet can improve on and iterate on the model that they introduced with Secrets of the Obscure, and bring us an absolute banger of an expansion. So let's dive in and see what we have to look forward to. First up, after 5 long years, raids have finally returned. Raids have always been my favorite content in Guild Wars 2, so I'm absolutely stoked for them to be making a comeback. It also looks like we are getting additional difficulty modes, with the new raid being implemented into the story, a regular 10-person mode that we're used to, and challenge modes being released at some point after the raid launches, as well as a 50-person convergence version of it as well. Short segue, this convergence will also drop essences which you can use for legendary obsidian armor that came out with Secrets of the Obscure, as well as the new legendary spear and backpack. So another source of progress towards legendary gear is a very nice reward. Outside of challenge modes on the later raid wings, the lack of difficulty modes has been, in my opinion, one of the biggest things holding them back. There is a huge jump in difficulty between the personal story and open world content in Guild Wars 2 and raids. A lot of newer and even more experienced players are hesitant to jump into raids because they don't want to make mistakes and let down their team, especially given that the raids in Guild Wars 2 have been out for so long and more experienced raiders have them basically on farm now. So anything that gives new players a taste of the raiding experience and allows them to experience the story is a great thing. I also like that they're doubling up and giving us a convergence version of the raid as well for 50 people. One of the biggest issues with raids is that they took a lot of developer time to create and only a small group of players actually engage with them. So it becomes really hard to justify them from a business perspective. With the release of Strike Missions, we saw a lot of story encounters being repurposed into 10-person content, which overall is a much more efficient way to pump out content and is why we've had a more consistent release of Strike Missions compared to raids in recent years. I personally much prefer raids to Strike Missions. I like the deeper story you get from a dedicated instance with multiple bosses. It's more efficient, honestly, rolling from boss to boss instead of jumping between different instances, and I just plain enjoy the encounter design more in raids. I'm keen as anything for Raid Wing 8 to come out in November and will absolutely be blasting through it on release. With Janthia Wilds, we are also getting a renewed focus on the Warclaw mount. Now, the Warclaw was released back in 2019 and you get it exclusively through World vs. World, and it's the only mount that you can use in that game mode. You get a whole lot of skills that are specifically useful in World vs. World, and it shook up the entire game mode. You can also use the Warclaw in PvE, but compared to every other mount you have, it's basically useless. It's more or less a worse raptor in every single way. With the X-Pack coming out, we are getting a major rework of the Warclaw when it comes to PvE, which is fantastic. It feels really jarring, honestly, to have all these amazing, varied mounts to play with, and then you have this evolutionary throwback just sitting there taking up a keybind. First up, all the World vs. World skills that Warclaw has access to have been brought brought to PvE and been reworked to make them more useful. Chain Pull will deal some damage and pull enemies closer to you. Will be very nice for grouping up mobs in PvE. Battle Maul will make Warclaw leap forward and do an AoE attack which stuns enemies. Basically a tweaked version of the Raptor Engage skill with a stun instead of an AoE pull. Sniff will buff nearby allies and detect nearby enemies, and with a mastery it will also detect nearby treasure, which your Warclaw can dig up. I'm super curious just how much this lets you farm in terms of gold and materials. Lance will let you throw a spear, deal damage, and knock down your enemy. So we're going to have a lot of CC tied to your Warclaw skills. We are also getting a new mastery line to juice up our Warclaw even more. 9 Lives will let you take no fall damage when you're riding your Warclaw. A few mounts work like this: the Griffin, Skyscale, Skimmer, and the Jackal if you dodge just before you fall. But overall, this is a very nice feature. Feline Reflexes will extend your jump by hitting the spacebar while in midair. This is a huge point of difference for the Warclaw now, as you basically... There we go. And we have returned. Right, let's see. Actually mind his legendaries were about looks. When it comes to weapons, that's a very underrated aspect of them, actually. Okay, I wouldn't mind actually just finishing off the weekly quite quickly. So to do that, Central Terrier, Squads, Jumping Puzzle. There we go. And the best solution for legendaries is just to get everything legendary. Do they never have to think about gear again? Okay, if I can find a full home. So if not a full flax farm, that's pretty good. Although, check. I think we have, yeah, we've actually got a ton of characters parked there. That's good. So what I'll do in this case is actually cycle through the characters that are at the flax farm. I want to get the gathering tools purely for speed, so they will actually live on my Revenant, I'm pretty sure. It depends on the build you play. Like, 2 legendary pistols is great, because a lot of pistol builds do tend to use 2 pistols, swords as well, daggers. And plus, if you get 2, you get the title Twice Told Legend, which is a fun title to have. Okay. Gathering tools. In regards to doing alt dailies, after you've already bought the limited items, the gold values, which you can earn weekly, decide to stick with it. That's good to know, and that's unironically a lot of gold. It's... What I'll probably end up doing is just do the... Probably, honestly, the first PvP weekly, just so I can get... Or maybe even made the 2 as well, just so I can get the cheap gold and the mystic coins. Because at that point, it's a bit of a drop-off in terms of the gold that I can make. Whereas that's a pretty good use of my time. Because yeah, I just don't have the time to even farm the dailies on all those characters. And after a while, for me personally, that will get quite dull in terms of gameplay. Okay, see the pair of the Daredevil pistol build. I'll do you one better. I will send you over to Maisel's YouTube channel. Maisel's now a fantastic Guild Wars 2 YouTuber and one of my personal absolute favorites. 100% recommend you drop and follow over on YouTube. They do absolutely incredible build guides, and yeah, that is basically the pistol Daredevil build. So 100% Maisel is a top tier Guild Wars 2 YouTuber. And whenever I'm looking to, pick up a new class, I'll basically always try and see if they've made a guide for it. Sticking with PvP dailies, even just on main, at least for NA, can be faster than most PvE. Yeah, I think I'll probably do that. I'll do that on all my other accounts will be PvP, and then my plan will be to, even if I'm able just over the course of the season to do at least a weekly on them, maybe two, then I can get the cheap stuff, the Mystic Coins and cheap gold. That will be peak value. And then after that, I'll just focus on playing the NA and EU account. And I think that it'll work out to be very decent gold. And plus then I don't have to worry about the PvE ones taking a while. And most days PvE days complete by doing literally run with. That's true as well, but also my other accounts don't have Secrets of the Obscure or Janthir. And yeah, Jess is making dinner at the moment. I believe it's stir fry. Very excited for that. So it's a mix of like what ones can I get done with basically access to Path of Fire. Deposit. You're on your way. Accounts add or XX PvE can be a pain. Yeah, I find PvE ones are fine to do on my sort of main accounts, but on alt accounts, yeah, they're actually really annoying to do. Whereas the PvP will just be easier. Is this flax farming time? A little bit, yeah. I've just got a few characters parked here from previous escapades. Free pages. Everyone's invited. Yeah, we'll send out the Facebook invite on post haste. I've still got characters to level on this account. Oh! Well. On the problems of having a level 4 character in a level 80 zone, if an enemy so much as looks at you, you just get instantly defeated. So we're just doing this so we can get the daily done. Build do I feel like playing for raids? I feel like I've got enough Heal Scourge footage. Oh my god, it's his first birthday. Nice.
This is rather rare.
Oh, I've got some boosters on this one as well, and a whole bunch of other useful stuff. You got your daily farming down to 55 minutes now. Awesome. Start with your homestead, jade runestones, and flax farming on 17 characters. Damn, that's going to be so much flax. And yeah, I know how much gold you can turn around with that. That is crazy. And yeah, my gold farming, it's also somewhat, not so much restricted, but a consideration I have is what's good to do on stream as well. Because I could just do, especially on stream, really cursed gold farming methods that would be insanely profitable, but they'd also probably be quite dull to watch. Grab that. I'll queue heal Cataguide when. That's unironically on my list. I have to revisit actually, especially after this next balance patch coming. I think that's this week, because yeah, that will shuffle a few things around. But yeah, that is a build I really enjoy. First birthday gift, nice. Coins for pickup, what are we waiting for? Not too much. Make sure I don't leave the tools. Okay. So Sanctuary, maybe? Okay, I think I'm kind of at the point now. What build do we feel like playing? There's 24 characters here. See, this is one of the problems with having so many characters. There's now just complete decision paralysis. Think about it. Some of these more characters. Thank you so much, Jess. Oh, that is amazing. Jess is absolutely wonderful and has made us a stir fry. Everyone go check her out on YouTube because we're going to be streaming some Last of Us this week. We'll be streaming Parley on her channel tomorrow night. But yeah, we've got stir fry with cheesy toasted bread with caramelized onion on it. Go Spear Untamed till it gets nerfed. Oh, I hate Spear on Untamed. Have a bender, or even find some Spellbreaker actually. Yeah, so Spear Untamed was getting bopped. Or even there's Old Faithful. There's Power Renegade. All Power Ren builds are going to get absolutely juiced. Can I send you my Thor Bender build? Absolutely, yes, send that and 100% check that out. Remember to look at Power Boon DPS Kata soon? Yes, after seeing especially what you've been able to pull on it, I think so. Yep, game crashing again. That's alright. More time for us to eat. You get to watch me eat in real time. There we go, bring that up. Smear Neckness getting a small nerf warranted. Will still be amazing. Just thinking about the best way for me to utilize my purple poking stick. That's a good idea as well. I could do Spear Camping Condi Renegade. That would be really fun. Hammer Spin to win some fun to press. Yeah, I do really enjoy Ellie Hammer. Always have. Yeah, Spectral Grass nerf is a bit rough. I don't understand why that's there for PvE. I'll just see as well what we're set up for here. Okay, gotta go do some more gathering. Do I have Draconis Mons? Season 3? Yeah, Draconis Mons. Actually, no, the play is actually, unironically, Bitterfrost Frontier, because we can use winter berries to get ascended underwater aqua breathers. Isorb, what's up? It's great to see you. What do you mean no gathering tools equipped? That's annoying. Guess I gotta go and buy some more. Hey, I've got to probably kill everything here. But yeah, Winterberry farming is just always a good thing to do, because you can use them to buy scented aqua breathers and just set them as celestial and then forget them. I have a redo thief and you have a blast with that is great. It is some world bosses where there have been not a couple of raids yet. That's awesome. What kind of thief build have you been running? And I don't really want to worry about the rich mithril vein. I love that you can mount in combat now. This makes dealing with this much easier. A dual dagger Condi build. Oh yeah, that can be a little bit fiddly to play as someone who's played a fair bit of it. Especially because yeah, you have a lot of force movement in the build, so that can take a little bit to get used to, of just the spamming of Death Blossom. Oh, come on, get us closer. Just give myself some resistance there. Oh, I didn't take your final spec yet. Ah, okay. Yeah, Condi Daredevil in particular. Condi Dagger Daredevil, I really, really enjoy. Oh, I missed that too. Yeah, aim your character above your... aim your camera above your head, then yeah, your Dagger 3 as well as your Dagger 2. Oh no, that wasn't Dagger 3. Yeah, just Dagger 2. I remember your Heartseek would be really short. And you could use that to leap 3 times within your smoke screen and just stack stealth on your stealth. That was really fun. I used to do that a ton. Not sure which one to take, Deadeye or Daredevil. If you're going the Condi build, like Condi Dagger, I would go Daredevil. Condi Daredevil is a very good build. Oh, we've got a whole bunch of stuff here. And, oh, hang on. Daredevil is really good because you have the awesome dodge, dodge trait, unhindered combatant, so you can move around really quickly, and the Condi dodge for that is great fun as well. It has really, really good damage.
Never have too much treasure.
Nice. It'll be good to load up on winter berries. Yeah, I think that finishes off our weekly, actually. Nice. Cool, that is done. Now, in terms of what we can buy here. Spectre is very fun. I do really rate Spectre. And heavy crafting bags. Why no Blackline Master Chest so result in Spirit Shards? Mainly because I'm working on sigils at the moment, and I don't need many spirit shards, but I'm actually more gated by gold. So getting the tier 6 materials, which are a huge gold sink for me, is probably more important than spirit shards right now. So I'm on 65 spirit shards. We'll see how many it expects us to require for a legendary sigil. So we're sort of just working on one at a time. Yeah, let's find them. Yeah, there we go. I used to get them when they sold at 1 gold each. Yeah, they were really good value back then. $26 gold. Lapse that. Do any mystic coins? See, I've actually got enough spirit shards for what I need right now. Apparently. So another vendor here. Ah, there. 2093, where are we at? Not enough to really think about converting as of yet. That generates a bit of gold for us, eventually. And you gotta start crafting legendaries, passerby. And yeah, long term, like I sort of agree the spirit shards are probably a good idea. I'm very much focused on the short term here at the moment. Of just trying to get the legendary sigils as quick as I can. It's crazy how you don't feel the scarcity of the resource until you need it. Yeah, absolutely. And because I've really been focusing on getting this account up to full legendary, the spirit shards, they've just been an absolute bane of my existence. Alka, how are you going? Great to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a great day.
I chose you.
You're weirdly short on karma. That's interesting. I guess, yeah, if you're doing certain things, but you can go through it quite quickly. Yeah, spirit shards would be nice because you can use them to convert to gold as well.
What do you require?
And here, I feel like medium crafting bags for me is most useful. Because I'll need all of those for runes and sigils as well. Crafting Gen 3 skins drains karma fairly quickly. Each one is 350k karma. Yeah. Can 100% see how that would be drained. Equipment, let's go over to the power set. Yep, that's him. He's beautiful. Almost 7k shards and 27 million karma. Amazing. But yeah, honestly, you can craft so many legendaries with those. Build, where is Power Ren? There we go. Okay. Now, in terms of what we haven't done this week for raids. What have we done? Okay, so we've done a wing weekly. Yeah, so we've done wing 8. And if you were to unlock all Gen 3 skins, it would cost some 33.6 million karma. Damn, that might actually be a problem for us eventually. Yeah, if you do a lot of open world, they will sort of just pile up over time. That's true. Alright, we're going to start forming up for raids. If anyone wants to join up on me here. I will do DPS. I'm contemplating what wing. A wing 7 for double rewards is pretty good. But if anyone wants to join us for raids, you can simply join up on us there. Excellent. Come on in. Wing 7 for Call the Mist is pretty good. Okay, let's go Aerodrome. Condi Spectre would actually be insanely hyped for this. Got around 2 hours, that's all good. We'll do a raid wing. I think let's do wing 7. Okay, raid tour guide. Sparsco. For you, can you go a heal? A heal tank. Perfect. If you go a heal tank, Faro, go DPS Pylon Kite. I will also do that. Yeah, I will also do that. I will be Kiter. Faro be Kiter. Yes. Oh, my Frostwatch Sand. Yeah, I remember now. Do you have... Oh, Hafaria, just grab yourself Power Virtuoso and throw Relic of Zakharos on it if you have it. It's very easy. Pistol Thief, I think, is the easiest way to do it. But, yeah, for someone like you who's very experienced on Power Vert, you'll be good. Heal it. Okay. And yeah, it's a squad rolls add-on there, which you can find over on the Reddit thread there. Wing 7, full clear. Boon, heal, boon, DPS. Oh, and Axes, did you want a Pylon Kite? Given you're already on a Pistol Thief, I'll grab it for this. Oh, hang on. That's going to feel like insane. Remove. Okay. On here, just do Shadow Step, Mercy, and yeah, there we go. What was that? Hang on. Someone's literally just taken over. Oh, Faro, what's happened there? Yeah, unironically, what's happened here? A lack healer. Should I tag up? No, I tagged up. Oh, someone merged took your squad. Yeah, that sounds right. Cool, I got tag again. Sweet, that was weird. Okay. Hang on, okay. Wing 7, full clear.
Safe from harm.
Thank you, Afara. Yeah, I think someone merged us. That was odd. 7 full clear. Q. Boon heal. Boon DPS. And Boruto, you can try Boon Heal? Excellent, sounds good. Yeah, what Boon Heal did you want? I'll just set you as like a lack heal just for now. Let me know what boon you want to do. Yeah, quick DPS? Sure thing. Perfect. Doc will be Q DPS. Are you going to be a lack? Perfect. I just need a Q DPS. Q DPS. Oh, Boruto, can you Q DPS or can you just boon DPS actually? That will form this up pretty well. If you're able to do that, that would be great. So boon heal. If you're able to do that, that would be very sweet. Okay. Oh, good. That's all good. In that case, just go DPS then. They did, yes. Hang on. None. So yeah, you just go DPS, Boruto. Thank you. Advertise. So I need a. They're on Mesmer, so I think go boon DPS. Pylon Kite. They're on. I'll just set this to Q DPS. That's what they almost all are anyway. Okay, so I will kite. Efaro will kite. Just a question. People say boon DPS and you're weird about it. I'm not sure how to explain. How does it work? Not a dumb question at all. Boon DPS, the way squads work in Guild Wars 2. Let me just remove this from the LFG so I can manage this. TY go Pylon Kite. I'll just resolve this in a moment. And just Q DPS now. Perfect. The way squads work in Guild Wars 2 is in each subgroup, you will have 5 people. One of those will be the healer, and they will give a boon, either quickness or alacrity, and the boon DPS will just be a DPS player that swaps their traits and their build around to provide a boon. It will be the other boon of whatever the healer is, so the commander's job is to pick a healer and then the corresponding boon. It will be either quickness or alacrity. So say on Deadeye, I could do quick DPS because I could take this trait here, 5 for effect, and make myself give quickness there, so I'd just be a quick DPS build. So a boon heal is a healer that provides boons, a DPS just as DPS, and a boon DPS is a DPS player that also provides their boon. Yeah, a boon DPS is just you're a DPS that provides one of the 2 important boons, quickness or alacrity. Exactly it. That is all it is. And then I will do this. There we go, because I don't actually need the full survivability version. Is Dungeon Rush over? I'm actually not sure. I don't think so. Haven't thought about it that much, actually. 2 days. That sounds right. So I thought it wasn't over. We have a spot, so if any, or particularly Q DPS wants to join, that'd be pretty sweet.
I am the key, and you are on my doorstep, outsider.
There's an orb.
Expecting as boon DPS, you give boons on cooldown, like lots of them. Your priority will be one of those two boons, quickness or alacrity, whatever your build can provide. And any other boons you can give is also nice as well. Things like Herald actually gives like quickness and then a lot of other boons as well. Builds that you'll typically just give quickness and alacrity and then minimal other boons, they usually have to have really high DPS before you kind of want to tank them.
Inside? Those open rifts are making me nervous.
Gather all the pieces of me, Kadim.
And I could probably do...
I must be at the
I could probably do it.
We'll clear the way and
You know what?
as we go.
Let's try it. Right. I think we got someone actually. Oh. Why? Just as I did. Yeah, I know you're right, I probably could. Let's turn it. There we go. Start clearing. Heal Scourge Pylons where it's at. Oh, that reflect is rough. And when a boon DPS or boon heal DC squad weight, when a DPS DC is nothing but depends how big the DPS was.
Gotcha. Wow, you weren't kidding about your pieces. You must really have an extra grind to do.
It's burning me. Perfect shot. Just a bit of your soul. You won't miss it.
Hey, thank you for the stretch. I appreciate that. How are you going, Credits? Great to see you.
Hold it together.
Got that one. Upset, welcome in. It's great to see you.
I chose you.
Oh, you won Magic the Gathering against your wife, now you're going to craft a legendary? That's a good day. Oh, you'd like to say high DPS and then do 4k DPS, keep the pug experience alive? True. Haven't done Wing Sim without a gate opener for ages. Gate's not too bad. It's no escort. I'd really like if this just gave you actual raid loot though. Like that would honestly solve a lot of people's issues with Wing 7. Now one of the healers stay here. I can stay and help. Oh, we got one. Cool. Happy days. Everyone else go deal with things, and we'll just kill time. Oh, I'll do it. It's fine.
I feel like these rifts are just waiting to spit out more bad guys. So, knock knock.
The demon sabotaged the mechanism. I cannot repair it in my current state.
There's Hattie.
Right,
Just
lack
having a
of hands.
snooze.
Okay, walk me through it. Guys, buy us time.
One more for the mix.
Target that there.
I'd love to know how you managed to meld Ley and elemental Jin energies without causing a cataclysmic event.
We have our own way of doing things. Tourists need not be privy to such information.
You do realize we're here to help you, right?
Downside of Pistol Dead Eyes is very much single target. Like, it has good cleave damage, but its target management. It doesn't have a lot of just natural AoE damage, so that makes it a bit fiddly. Cool.
Take me to the fountain up ahead. It will restore me.
And just then, is MetaBattle a good website to find builds for fractals? Yeah, they'll have totally good fractal builds. They'll be very similar to what you'll find on websites like Snowcrows or Discretize. I think discretize.eu is that the website? Is it discretize.gg? Can't quite remember. But yes, short answer, yes. Discretize will give you very sort of specific and specialized fractal builds, but the builds in MetaBattle will be just fine. We're sitting on almost 40k spirit shards with 56k tomes of knowledge. Good lord, friend. Yeah, Pierce does help, but also just the managing of your Deadeye's mark. It's very single target focused in its gameplay style. Sub 2 go to air. Sub 3 go to earth.
Now be on your...
Oh, gee. Home again, are we? How did you let me cast aside? The late of Jin decided by Kadim the Peerless.
Just because you've stolen a chair.
And beautiful, this works. This includes the PvP rank up chest. Good lord, that's impressive.
What'll happen if he succeeds in draining the ley line completely?
Devastation.
We will get the low intensity Deadeye version going. It's going to be good. Good to see how much damage we actually do with it. I think it will just be fine. It's very easy just to get acceptable damage.
For all of us, how do we restore the power balance?
Air and earth. Both traders must be dispatched before Kadim's...
If open, you'll probably shoot over 400k. Oh, 100k shards? That is crazy. At that point, you're probably kind of done with spirit shards forever.
It'll be just like talking to my great aunt Kidda, only I'm less likely to get whacked with a spoon.
Oh, there we go.
Kadim will seal the rightful supremacy of Jin. Our power will shake the very mountains.
Your alliance with
Range
Kadim
plays kite.
is to protect the air Jin, not help Kadim bring Adashim down around their ears.
Kadim is a foregone conclusion. He's already accessed the will of Adashim.
Yeah, around about 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Cool, just... Raditz, how's it going? Welcome in, mate. Great to see you. If someone has bubble, that would be cool. If not, that's cool too. I'll do smoke screen. Cool. Good food. Yeah, I'll paste it here. It's a very good website. I've used it all the time for fractal builds. Jax, how's it going? Welcome in. It's great to see you. But yeah, MetaBattle will have totally fine builds. Discretize will be far more specialized for fractals. Haven't updated in almost a year. Okay, that's unfortunate. And also, you can kind of just take a Snowcrows build into fractals and it will be fine. Yeah, I think most people just run raid builds and fractals. Yeah, honestly, they do. The optimizations between them are very, very minimal, especially when they remove the extra precision you used to get.
You won't live to see Kadim's dominion. Or mine.
Sweet hands, safe from harm. Splendid combination.
That's not on the markers, but okay. And they got a bit irrelevant after the potion changes since they no longer give raw damage. No longer any reason to make fractal specific builds other than boon duration. Yeah, basically. Ever since they made the change, so particularly don't get any extra precision from fractal potions, which was overall a good change. Your Hearts Like GG has a lot of good builds as well, but I think nowadays any sort of coherent raid build, you're good. Hey PD, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in Raiders. My name is Connor, or Connor Concana. You can also go check me out over on YouTube there, where I do all sorts of Guild Wars 2 build guys. PD, what is up? It's so good to see you. Everyone, go check out PD over on Twitch. Fantastic Guild Wars 2 streamer and long-time friend of the stream. Absolute legend. PD, what's up? What you get up to on your stream? And Panther's saying oddly familiar about this place. It's great to see you again, mate. But yeah, PD, what'd you get up to on your stream? Tell us all about it, and how goes the journey towards your legendary armor. And bounce here. Oh, we're doing north, south, south. I just went the wrong way. That's alright. And PD did an hour sponsorship game. Awesome, and how did that go? A couple hours of stuff towards the armor. Excellent. Yeah, how's your progress towards that going? Today we've been doing a lot of Thief gameplay. Did some Condi Spectre, which was good fun. Then Pistol Daredevil. And now we're doing Pistol Deadeye because we're blasting out a Wing 7 clear. And it'll obviously just be very good to kite on Kadim. I should probably use my reflex. I've definitely been a bit on the lazy side. Oh, what do we get? Research done still needs 6k ecto? Damn. North, south, south. Cool. I will remember that. Should be able to just chill here. 21 total maps to Atlantis on now. Well, that's not awful. I mean, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of doing lantern runs, because yeah, I had to do many of them to brute force a lot of the currency I needed for the armor. $29k tier 1 essences. Yeah, hopefully you're hitting up as many convergences as you can. They really help carry it. And is this one called a miss? Or did I just imagine that? I feel like I imagined that. Oh, someone's gone down. That's alright. Try to turn around. And yeah, open world legendary is personally not my favourite way to get it. I've done a set of it. Raids are definitely my favourite way to get them. Let's go plonk this here. There we go. A wing one should be cool still. Excellent. Yeah, I just misread Guild Wars 2 efficiency. That's alright. Doing a Wing 7 is a good chance for me to do some pistol Deadeye gaming. And yeah, I agree. There should be, you know, they do actually have a DPS meter in game. Like, it's there. It's just not enabled in in-game content. It's there in the Golem training room. I think it should be enabled basically everywhere, because especially for the endgame community, Arc DPS is just a critical add-on that you need access to. And if you don't have it, you're just going to have a really bad time, but you're missing out on a lot of the endgame experience. And whenever the developer of Arc DPS is on holiday, which always tends to happen around about a patch, Arc DPS can be down for a bit and it really impacts the endgame community, whereas if there was just a built-in DPS meter that was maintained by RingNet, that wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, this build's fine. Actually, I'll do Bassi. Need some CC here. Oh, we got rebound? Sweet. Do you have a guide video on how to read DPS logs? Not specifically for that, but for practicing rotations, yes, I do. I have a guide on how I consider the best way to get good at Guild Wars 2, so go check out that guide there. And yeah, Arc DPS and all the tables you can create with it help you identify problems. Like, it's very easy to see at a glance, oh, okay, we're missing one of our key boons, that's why things aren't going well, let's fix that. Bam, problem solved.
It's time.
Man, honestly, depending on the build you're running, it's actually very easy to get good DPS in Guild Wars 2. Like, I literally have to press one button occasionally here. My pistol's reset to autocast and it's doing fine. Got to make sure that you don't accidentally get stealthed and then miss your... Well, basically you'll just sit there and not attack for a while unless you're spamming 3. It's actually a very good chance for me to stack quickness as well. So every time I mark an enemy, I'm going to get a few seconds of quickness. Okay, cool. I'm in the sub that has rebound. Trust. Yes. Trust in the rebound. Ah, they're going to be there for every second, I think. Nice. Yeah, Arc DPS is just such a useful add-on. I feel like a version of that should be maintained by RingNet. It's one of the big things about Guild Wars 2 is it actually doesn't give you a lot of feedback as to how you are doing at the game. It's next to impossible to tell how much DPS you're doing, how much CC you're doing. Go over here. Damn. Yeah, it's next to impossible to actually figure out how much you're doing without Arc DPS. Just go.
You're in my
And just CC. It's great as well having Mercy there just so you can really spam your headshot and just refill your initiative. Thought we'd get the rebound. Oh well, it's fine.
Ready for more.
Trust in the rebound. There it is. Yas.
Did you see?
Okay, let's see. Shoko, Faro, and I will kite.
Their tactics.
And we will run Shadow Step, take Invigorating Precision, and Relic of Zakharos. There we go. And now we're basically unkillable.
Tamper with energies you do not understand.
But I do understand ley lines. Here, use this flux disruptor on the pylon.
Nice mini.
Break Kadim's connection to them.
I will not see Jin weaknesses exploited.
Okay, show me outfit. Oh, very simple. It's just the open world legendary armor.
We're ready to do whatever it takes to defeat Kadim and save all the Jinn. Are you?
Our power is only meant to be handled by Jin.
Thank you, Vagabond. I really appreciate that. Thank you. No, I do not mind at all.
Could we reconfigure the well to reverse the flow and drain Kadim of power?
As long as his stolen.
Oh, I can do this actually.
If the city is lost, I'll ensure the infection won't spread beyond Arasheen.
You rarely see one of those.
I can sell that. Beautiful. We've got our Kaidas all sorted. Now I've got to go and place Marcus as well. We'll get that done.
What happens if the key gets all that power and we have another Kadim on our hands?
First, let's handle the villain we know.
And your experience are just so important in Guild Wars 2. Seeing the uptime of them is such an important thing.
What does he become?
Have you come to witness his
You're definitely bigger and uglier than you were at the Mystic Forge, but you still won't.
And yeah, it's true in the sense you don't need them. When I say, like, you need them, it's in the sense of your life is made drastically better by having them, and I think they should be implemented in a far more official capacity than what they are. Of course, you don't need them, but they are highly recommended. So they're doing that one. Oh, GG. It's just GG there. A main thief? In the past, I'm a main revenant nowadays. But yeah, I have played a lot of thief in the past. Where is Faro? That is Millennia. I will take this one. One more to south. East. There we go. Burst fire left of pylon. Looking towards boss. Second fire to the right. Oh, you don't need electricity, but you very likely want it. I think in the case of electricity, nowadays, it is actually just a need. Especially if you're living in a developed country, being without electricity, like your food's going to spoil. And yeah, like, if you're the only one who doesn't have it, you might be able to make it work, but yeah.
Might and glory.
Gave it my all.
There we go. I'll go get a res over there. Nice, there we go. There you go, I'm actually targeting the boss now. Excellent. It's my favourite way to Kadim kite here. You see... Oh, that's going to be very rough.
Because you passed me over, you have heard lesser Jin. Now reap the seeds you've sown.
Keep an eye on the distortion there. I'll CC that in a moment. Blink here, back. There we go. Target Kadim. Job done. And we go just break the bar. Oh, I completely forgot which way I was going, and now we're very quickly adapting. Good.
The key's right. All the power you've taken has corrupted you.
I emerged from the forge with greater vision. The future will be what I warned you.
GG.
Joking.
GG, tank down. Yeah, just be careful of that fire placement there. That one was a bit rough. Aside from that, like, we're fine. The fire placement outside that one was pretty good. And back away from that. Get the ready spaghetti check. And your Ura LCM is a very special case.
I feel furious.
Oh, out of range. Oh no. Yeah, I was right on the cusp of range there. There we go. Now I remember to actually hit the boss. Oh yeah, Far, I think you missed yours. That's alright. Keep an eye on Afaro. They'll probs need a heal very quickly.
I feel furious.
You had great potential once, Kadim, despite your flaws. Now you are not
And dodge.
Safe from harm.
There we go.
You have heard lesser Jin. Now reap the seeds you've sown.
Oh, we've got the distortion there. I'll just contemplate my existence. I'll deal with that. Come over here and spam. Astro, what's up, mate? It's great to see you. Have our next fire coming up.
Are you so ruled by the past that you destroyed the future?
Yes.
The key
They're looking much tighter.
power you've taken has corrupted you.
I emerged from the forge with greater vision. The future will be what I deem it to be.
Going to Tart Kadim, there we go. Or maybe upgrading your CPU very soon. That's awesome. What are you upgrading to? Oh no. I should be fine here. Yes, I am mostly fine. Blink. Back. There we go. And yeah, I figured Ura LCM, definitely it seemed to be way harder than Ceres LCM. Yeah, I don't think you're progging that with a random group. That's a dedicated static situation. Cool, everyone group up. And thank you, the boring guy, for the follow. I appreciate you. Ouch. That's fine. There we go. Trust in the stability. Oh cool, we can just keep attacking here as well, actually.
Fixed. Focused. Concentration.
Just back away. And here, I'll try and just back away. There we go. Back on you, I think. Okay, nice. That's going to be a good one. I think I mean GPU there. Unless I'm very much mistaken.
This is my power, my destiny.
Oh, CPU. Okay. So they sound like very GPU names, but sounds great. There you go. Very chill. Should definitely probably make sure I finish the weekly off on NA. Definitely should. How much of this can we out heal? Yeah, that's fine. It does not matter. Okay, a bit wolf after a while. Gonna blink over here. There we go. We're just being a bit greedy there. Excellent. But that was good fun there. And yeah, we could out-heal that for like quite a while. And he could not possibly be more relaxed right now. Okay. Let's go see what we got from that. Oh, great bow. Nice, we didn't actually have that one. Back above 204 gold, 200 gold, which is nice. Yeah, let's go exchange some of these. What's that? Let's do exchanges. I don't know why we got the invite there. Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, thank you for the re-invite. Okay, I've done the conversion.
Take care of yourself.
Anything else here? Beautiful. Tie that up. We'll just clear out the rest of this and take a break and go stretch our legs. Look at you in our group again. No, this time we're actually finished. We just got a cheeky re-invite. Okay, I think, yeah, these I might actually just salvage. Just a moment for me to register and for my brain to catch up. Well, we've accidentally salvaged an Ecto. Oh well, we'll get some more luck, I guess.
Rare loot.
And yeah, we'll go deposit everything else. Salvage all our rares. Okay, we should actually go process some of that gear now.
Responsibility isn't easy.
Okay. That lives there. Destroy that. Nice. Okay, so that's getting there in terms of cleanliness. And Nefari Pylon Cannon is pretty relaxing. Oh, it's honestly so relaxing with Pistol, Deadeye. Infell Sleep once and Missed Orb. Yeah, it's so unbelievably chill because you're not really being judged on your damage, so you can just take like the incredibly cushy Thief build there. You can even tune it for a bit more damage if you want a bit less survivability. And Shadow Step is the perfect skill to go get the orb. It's so chill. It's the reason why I use this build for like every kiter roll, like Kadim 1 kite, Kadim 2 kite. It's just so easy. Oh, I've got a random Shorpo there. That's fun. Didn't know that was meant to be there. Okay. Go salvage. But I think even yeah, just the basic setup of having your squad's DPS, I think limited to 10 people, any more beyond that is kind of meaningless, I think. And maybe the ability to toggle uptime for your boons, I think that's fine. I could skip out on CC bar damage, it's a very nice metric to have. But just DPS and boons, given that's the core of kind of how Guild Wars 2 functions now, I think having the visibility of that baked into the game would just be a nice thing. How long going to stream today? Usually stream for about 5 hours. So however long that takes us. And then we're back again tomorrow. I can probably process this gear on this character, I think. Although it's actually no, straight up just better for me to do it on a different character. And yeah, I should check if we are done with the weekly on my NA account as well. It's a bit of a mess, but workable. That's right, I love cleaning inventories. It's one of my favorite things to do in game. Given we have full legendary now, we don't actually need the physical skin. Deposit.
Greetings.
And okay, drag that in there, consolidate that, consolidate that. I think everything else is pretty chill. Deposit those. And I will hold on to the luck for now. Okay. They kind of use single skin. Maybe single skin to delete faster. Since legendary won't eat it up. I know. Yes. Jay's got a video on inventory management. I have made a dedicated guide just on inventory management as well, so I am rather experienced in it. Okay. And junk. Sigil of Earth. I'll hold on to that just in case I need that. So I'm swapping things out quite regularly on this character. And thank you, Jay Scott, for the follow. I appreciate you, mate. Go mostly tidy. I will now deal with my unidentified gear. Let's drag that there.
That looks valuable.
Begin destruction.
Oh, we didn't have that skin. Nice. Deposit everything. We have about 100, so if I start dealing with this in sets of 90, that should not cause any issues. Oh, the GW Sachs Blish pack. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Eventually I will get this character max bag slots. There's one of the goals eventually on our list.
That looks valuable.
And I'll hold on to Lucent Motes. I will need them for more sigils. As well as those, actually. Cool. Ecto's slowly climbing back up there. Blop.
That looks valuable.
So it actually accounts for a huge amount of the loot that we have picked up somewhat recently. Oh, nice, a reclaimed blade. That can become another provisions token. What we're going to do now is take a quick break, and we'll see everyone in a few minutes. Sit tight. Welcome back, everyone. We've covered every other Revenant spec, so now it is time to cover what is undoubtedly the most fun of all of them, Power Vindicator, whose entire purpose is to crush your enemies beneath your muscly calves.
Woo! Superhero landing! Yeah, that's really hard on your knees.
Power Vindicator is the single best DPS spec that Revenant has access to, and we've been building to this one for a while now. Vindicator is simple to play, has outstanding damage, lets you nuke your enemies from orbit with the single most powerful dodge in the game, has blocks and evades on every weapon set that you're going to be using, and with a few slight tweaks, lets you run around with basically infinite endurance in open world, pinging from mob to mob, growing your fortune with every dodge. Revenant has been my main class for years, so it is time, my friends, to finally cover what is its single greatest damage build. Let's dive in. So quickly, what is Vindicator? Vindicator is the Revenant specialization that came out with End of Dragons, which gives you access to Greatsword, and it replaces your dodge with 3 different powerful variants depending on what Grandmaster trait you pick. You also get access to the new Alliance stance, which you can toggle between your offensive Arkamora skills and your defensive St. Victor skills. You also get access to the new skill Energy Meld, which by default will simply gain you some extra endurance, but we can buff this further with traits. Vindicator is one of the highest bursting power damage builds in the game, which makes this exceptionally fun to play. To quickly cover off on our traits, in Devastation, Unsuspecting Strikes, Notoriety, and Swift Termination are all there to load you up with extra strike damage modifiers, the main thing that you're looking for on a DPS build. In Invocation, Rising Tide will grant you extra damage when you're above 75% health. Spirit Boon will grant you and your allies some extra boons whenever you swap legends, notably Might when you swap to Shiro and Vigor when you swap to Alliance stance. The Vigor here is really nice because it increases your endurance recovery so you can dodge even more often. Roiling Mist is one of the most important traits on all Power Revenant builds. This makes it so that you get an extra 25% critical chance from Fury, which you need to reach 100% crit chance, which is an incredibly important thing on power damage builds. Vindicator makes it so that your dodge now causes you to leap in the air and land on your enemies for a huge burst of damage. The effects of your dodge change depending on the final trait that you pick, but for here, we'll basically always take Death Drop, which causes our dodge to inflict extra damage. Leviathan Strength gives us an extra 10% damage whenever our endurance is not full. One of the trickiest parts about playing Vindicator is keeping your endurance from filling up, so you'll be dodging as part of your damage rotation. Reaver's Curse will reduce the cooldown of your energy meld while increasing the effectiveness of your next dodge after you use it. In this case, it will double the damage of your next dodge. Death Drop will seriously amp up the damage that your dodge does. It will also grant you the buff Forerunner of Death, which will grant you an extra 25% damage for the next 10 seconds. This means that your entire rotation becomes centered around dodging to keep up this Forerunner of Death buff, as well as keeping your endurance from being full to make sure you're always triggering Leviathan Strength. For your gear, you're simply going to run Berserker's gear with Rune of the Dragon Hunter. If you want to optimize things slightly, you can also run a Dragon's back piece, so you trade some of the extra precision that you don't actually need for extra ferocity. This is a small gain though, so Berserkers is totally fine. Your default loadout is going to be running Sword with Greatsword with Sigils of Force and Air on each weapon set. With a few sigil tweaks, we can make this build absolutely pop off in open world, so stay tuned. Sword is your highest damaging weapon set, and the fast attacks pair perfectly with the Impossible Odd skill in the Shiro Legend, which will cause your attacks to deal a small follow-up strike. So faster attacks equal more damage. Greatsword gives you access to more AoE damage than Sword and scales really well the larger your target's hitbox is. This is due to the incredible Eternity's Requiem skill, which lays down a huge burst of damage in an AoE around you. Sometimes it is a good idea to swap out one of your weapons for Staff for the insane CC damage it brings. Usually you'll want to swap out Greatsword to keep the impeccable damage from Sword, but if you're a Greatsword enjoyer, you can replace swords as well. For our relic, we'll simply be taking Relic of the Thief, which will give us an extra... Welcome back, everyone. Now, let us continue on our inventory cleaning journey, and this will actually be a fairly significant amount of gold by the time we have processed it all. Very nice. And what else do we have sitting here? Just probably... Oh, I've got to actually sell that. Deposit. Cool. And even though I could more easily process this by doing this on my NA account, it's good for me to do it here because I am going to need a lot of luck for all the Aurene legendaries. I'll do like Teapot and salvage that unidentified gear directly. Is that even more profitable than just selling it directly in the TP? I could pull up GW2, not GW efficiency, fast farming to check. No. Yeah, honestly, at that point, just sell it on the TP is the worst thing you can do. I thought it might have been. I guess, yeah, when you've basically completed all your goals in Guild Wars 2, like Teapot, and then really any goals you get is just running up the score. I can sort of see why at that point. And credit worthy, as a fellow Vindy enjoyer, can you explain how Lord Hyzan is invincible as a Vindy? You've read every trait and skill and don't get his build. When you see the gameplay, you just see him kiting, evading every attack, and ask yourself, why does he even play Vindy? He's so good, he can do that with every spec. In particular, like Hyzan's obviously just an exceptional player as well. They play Guild Wars 2 an insane amount and are incredibly good at it. So that is definitely an underrated aspect of why they tend to do so good in every build. But in Vindicator in particular, hang on, I will see if I can pull up. I'll have a Celestial Vindicator build set up, which will probably be very similar to Hyzan. One of the things that makes Vindicator particularly tanky, like in Corruption here, when you have, I'm running a bit more of an offensive version, but when you have resistance, you're going to take reduced damage, so that's also going to help your survivability. And you're going to heal yourself as well. So yeah, you're one taking less damage and you're healing when you have resistance, and you will naturally have very high resistance uptime. Afaro, thanks for the hydrate. He doesn't care about gold, only about inventory space. True. And then, you know, he'll take the Salvation trait line here, which has a lot of healing baked in, and particularly because it gives itself a lot of boons, it gives itself barrier, and then you'll take reduced damage here. So there's a lot of damage reduction, and also be having high protection uptime, particularly with the dodge Imperial Impact. So even further damage reduction. And yeah, just generally lots of boons and lots of baked in healing. So all these bits of damage mitigation and healing combined with the evades really just make Vindicator in particular insanely tanky if you choose to play it as such. So that's kind of why it's as insanely tanky as it is. And also Hyze is just really good at it. So even though each individual trait doesn't seem to be that impactful, it's the combination of them all that makes it insanely broken. And by that I mean it doesn't do that much damage. Like Renegade will do more damage than Vindicator, especially on a Condi build, because it's actually, you know, somewhat designed for it. But that's what makes Vindicator as survivable as it is. Cool, getting close to... Oh, nice, we actually got some more reclaimed metal plates. That's actually quite nice. And deposit mats. Yeah, if I could just do this on a character with a maxed inventory, this would be done very quickly. But yeah, I will need a lot of luck as well, so I'll start stockpiling that. But is this the best open world tank? From your experience, you say Carnival Untamed could be better because Hammer Mace Ace has lots of CC and heals with that. Also Rock Gazelle. Untamed's also a very good one. Not necessarily sure if it would be a... It's definitely in the same ballpark, and I think when you're kind of dealing with builds of that magnitude of, you know, ease and quality of life baked in, the question of which one is better gets a bit tricky to answer. Because yeah, that build, obviously Carnival Untamed, is notoriously one of the best open world builds in the game because of how self-sufficient it is. But I'd probably say, in Hyzen's case, I know they're a huge Revenant enjoyer in general, so they will kind of just naturally gravitate towards Revenant. So I believe they are basically a Revenant main. But also the sheer amount of dodges that you get, because there's also a lot of traits and skill interactions on Vindicator that will regen endurance. So you'll actually be able to dodge just an insane amount. And do you recommend Spear on a Revenant? On Condi builds, yeah. But yeah, the insane amount of dodges on Vindicator make it really good. Oh yeah, max inventory would make this much easier. Yeah, on my NA account I've got a character that's on like 440, so that will process this much quicker. There we go, that is almost fully dealt with.
We have completed the task at hand.
Okay, I've got a whole bunch of luck here, and I'll just sell this extra stuff. I could probably refine it, but that gets it out of my way. And at some point in the near future, I'll start refining all my luck. And I think for the ones that would probably be the top of your list, I would say Untamed, especially Celestial Untamed, or Celestial Vindicator would probably be your two best bets. There are great builds on all classes that are probably capable of doing that, especially soloing legendary bounties. Raid bosses might be a bit of a different thing, depending on the mechanics of the actual raids. And also, if I buy another 80 fractal encryptions as well. That will also generate a ton of gold. The place order, we'll get that done. Now, where are we at in terms of other materials? What I might do, actually, is just sell off these. I can convert them to more gold, but that requires a bit more work than what I'm willing to put in right now. So we'll sell those for 54 gold. So just sell these because they're sitting there and looking right at me. Everything else is kind of sitting there just fine. Okay. Now what I might do is make a bit of a segue. We'll just go check on our NA account and see if we have done the weekly on that, because that's also insane value for us. And let's bring that up now. Okay, have we done the weekly? I'll check. Which characters are Open World Spectre? I feel like it's this one. I wouldn't mind actually seeing as well if we could solo some legendary bounties on Spectre, actually. That could be some good fun. Just check the weekly. No, we have not done it yet. Okay. Void enemies. Up to rear, so we've done 3 of 6. Need to do some events. Group events we can get done. Well, actually, yeah, soloing bounties here unironically kind of gets that done. Group event bounties awards extra progress. Okay. That's Celestial, Trapper, Chronomancer. That's also what we're doing. So we've got Celerity. That's so much extra quickness. Yeah, let's make that work. Okay. Let's double check anything else we may need to take in here. That'll give us Alacrity. I'll take that. We'll do that. Yep, Skidoos. Everything else there looks fine. In terms of our food, I'll take that and that. So we'll do Desert Highlands bounties. Where is Desert Highlands? That lives over here. And Spear will be insanely good for soloing here.
Sand shark swimming this way.
And yeah, we can create a squad for this.
Joko set those traitors on
I'm going out this way.
They're determined to see the last of us.
Oh, this one's annoying.
Preposterous.
Three, two. Oh, this part's just going to be super annoying. I hate this particular bounty. Should not have picked it. But it's just chasing us, so I can't actually get to range. Okay, there we go. And then it's running off. Come here. 2, 3, 2. And over here. Oh, hang on. Back it up. Back it up. This just aggroed onto us now. No, we're just going to have to wait. Yeah, just going to wait until it does its thing. There we go. 2, 3, 2, 4, 3, 3.
Synergy is beautiful.
Yeah. You know, it's gonna do its thing and I can't stop it. Two, 3, 2, 4, 3, 3. It's good. At least we have a nice amount of range.
Statistically speaking, this is rather rare.
Cool. That one is done. Off to now, out that way. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Help! Let me out! Get me out of here!
A cultist up here. Cool. I think we might just be able to out-heal all that. Yeah, I think Spear is incredibly fun in open world in particular. So because the amount of survivability baked into it and the vulnerability as well is insanely good.
From the dark.
Mm-hmm. 2, 3, 2. 4, 3, 3 is our loop, and then just probably end it on another 2, 2, 2. That's good. It's actually pumping out really good damage as well for a Celestial build, and the boon coverage is pretty bonkers. we should actually finish the daily on EU as well. Where's Champion Sand Shark? Oh, here it is. Where'd the boss go? There we go, we can actually see it now. There we go, we're actually getting use of spear now, though it's not our legendary spear, because this account doesn't actually have a legendary spear. And just start throwing down all our wells to generate even more quickness. I like having the Sigil of Celerity here, it just means you can ramp quickness a bit faster. And one thing I do really like about Spectre as well over Deadeye is the fact that you do have much easier stability access. Stability and resistance access, which is really nice. And yeah, listen to Baby Shark while using Kamahali Kataki, true. Keen to see if we could actually solo a legendary bounty with this. I kind of feel like we could. Cool, I think that actually finishes all of those. Nice. Let's move out of dodge there. So is there actually a legendary bounty somewhere? Let's go see if we can find one. I kind of feel like we could do it with this. I don't want to do Choya. Nothing good comes from doing the Choya one. I want something that doesn't move around a lot. What could this do on Can, actually? Is there a decent chrono build that can help you get used to the class? To play heal at some point, but still do okay damage in open world. With Selly armor, yeah, there's probably Celestial Condi Mirage. I don't personally know it myself. You could probably check the YouTuber Flandrel, because one of our friends on stream, however, they put together a Celestial Chrono build that is insanely good for open world, which would probably be a good step for you. And I think Flandrel made a build guide on that particular video as well after they tried it. And just in general, we should go check out Flandrel over on Twitch. And yeah, you can just use the Zakharos Relic for, in open world for some sustain and regular just power Chronomancer, and you're going to have a pretty good time. Or Fandrel, yeah, that's it. There's always a chance I mispronounced it. No bounties there.
Pushing in from the road. The line. We can beat them back.
If the gods are still listening, we could sure use their help right now.
feel like, I don't know if this good solo can. I feel like it might get close. Just see if I can find a bounty board. Now, where is the board? The board is back this way. Champion, champion, champion. Damn it. Okay, we might actually... Yeah, let's do this. I'll actually try it in an actual raid. Particularly with the stability access and the life still baked into this. I feel like it could be pretty good.
There you are. Now that you're here, we can explore this.
Anything else we can bring here? I mean, we can bring Shadowfall. Yeah, for this that might be good. And yeah, Chaos Trait one's really fun for the boon up time.
Investigate the heck out of it. And wait till you see what I found.
Where exactly are we?
Good question. I don't know, but the answer is most certainly around us somewhere.
Rage at maximum.
And let's go. Cool.
All right. Lead the way.
Follow me.
What the?
The resistance is pretty nice. And then here.
Huh. Do you feel that?
Yeah, this is fine. Let's just try this and see how it goes. Actually, it doesn't really matter where I stand. I can even stand right here.
Do you see that?
Fall into shadows. Accelerating. That's how amazing I am.
So there I actually need stability for that, so I've got to be a bit careful for that. Might not give me an alacrity. I think I definitely want alacrity for this.
Pain everywhere. Bouncing from the dark.
Yeah. So we don't quite have the lifesteal on us at the moment. So for that, increase Shadow Force info with Siphon. I'll actually kind of want that. XP space with potential vitality. Deals more damage. Yep, that's fine. And I could also add Shadow Arts in there as well. Let's see what this does now. So I was really struggling with Life Force. Or Shadow Force generation in particular. That actually does bugger all Torment. Might be okay. Does anything here do Torment? Oh, well, let's try that, see if it makes a difference.
Go to the dark.
There we go. So I want to really minimize the amount of time we are in Shroud. Get a well down. 4, 3, 3. So I'm actually going to have to start moving around here as well. Yeah, the survivability isn't quite here at the moment. Let's get some stability down here.
There's the power.
Yeah. Might actually warrant a change. Let's try Shadow Arts. Gain prot when you enter and exit. Use a healing skill. Some inflicts blindness, stealth attacks, inflict weakness. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, we'll just do that for a bit of extra barrier. Chance if you are healed, nearby allies also heal for a larger amount. That's pretty nice. Let's do that.
What the?
Then we got Well of the Chronomancer, so I might change these to Firebrand, Torment, and I will go Light. Yeah. Edge of Mouse Well is a healing option. I potentially do, yeah, that could be handy. We'll try that. So we'll probably miss out on a whole bunch of boon access, but it means particularly on Spear, we're going to be in a pretty good spot. Can't heal in Shroud.
What's happening? Rage at maximum.
I think I'm definitely going to want Scale Venom.
Armor enhanced. Go to the doctor.
Gonna need another heal off there. 2, 3, 2.
Pain everywhere. Armor enhanced.
So one of the issues we're dealing with here.
Accelerating.
Okay, so we're back to generating Shadow Force. That's actually a bit tricky. 2, 3, 2.
Stay away.
And stability. Okay, so I think another thing I also need. So I'm not actually doing that much Torment now. So we'll take Shade Step. Consume shadows, consume stacks of shadows. What's the value of barrier? Allies. Maybe try that, because I'm losing so much of it anyway. And Signal of Malice, I feel like the Well's probably... Is the Well going to be better here? Still health when you torment a foe against Shadow Force. Game for Shadow Force, hitting a foe with Siphon.
Rage at maximum.
Maybe it might actually be Traversing Dusk. I'm having issues with Shadow Force generation. Stolen skills twice, nothing else there is cool. And Artie just showing what's going on here. We're trying to sort of test how survivable this particular Spectre build we're rocking can potentially be. Sidestep that. Port over here.
My legs. What's happening?
Yeah, it's feeling much better in terms of Shadow Force now.
Accelerating.
I'll probably even go over to this one just to mean I don't eat a hit.
Stay away.
If we can just get to the point as well where this can, you know, sort of comfortably solo, that would be interesting. Thank you, Doshi, for the follow.
Getting help.
Thanks for sharing.
And right there. Yes, I think once we get enough ticking damage, then it just eats through our shroud too much. Now, is it going to be better if I go back to Trickery for the boons and for the improved Siphon shenanigans? I feel like it might be. And what was our quickness uptime? Quickness was 100% fine. That's a non-issue. Do I? No, I shouldn't do... Yeah, I shouldn't do Zakharos, because I can generate enough quickness without using wells. But what I can probably change, I might not actually need haste, so I can put celerity on that again. Then I can change this back to maybe Scale Venom. Each Shadow Force, each ally in the radius, well as grant resistance on the initial impact. Steal health and gain Shadow Force when you torment a foe. Is it actually... Like, can I do that? Just do this, because this will also just generate a ton of life force. So we've got Torment and so let's try that, because now we'll have a ton more life force. I will probably need haste again, because it will generate a bunch more torment.
What the?
Bounty from the dark.
There we go, much quickness now. It's probably way too much, actually. We'll see. Yeah, this... Let's try. Yeah, I don't think it's really going to work. Yeah. So we also can't heal while we're in Shroud as well, so that's a bit of an annoyance.
Got me. Stay away.
Yeah, so I think... Yeah, we're going to struggle to do that. Could we do it with... Could we do it with Deadeye instead? I don't think so.
Rage at maximum.
maybe we circle back to Shadow Arts. Gain prot when you enter or exit stealth. After completing Shadow Step, you are healed. Steal inflicts blindness, stealth attacks inflict weakness. So Barry and his heal skill. That just probably is better. We'll have enough quickness from that. We should be able to generate. Does 1,000 Needles doesn't do Torment. So anything that really does Torment to help fuel our generation there will be Scale Venom. Summon a Z-Series Golem to fight for you. So it might even be... Is it? No, the well's probably just a bunch of extra healing as well. Your allies in the area around you when you Shadow Step and Shadow Force for each ally.
I feel...
Yeah, Jewel Dagger 4 deals Torment. Yes. That's actually a very good idea. But then I'm missing the stealth attacks baked into the rotation, because that's also a huge source of the healing. Cool, we just literally set that to auto cast. That will work. We'll give this one more shot. Just blink over here.
Getting help.
How's the prot up time?
I'm hit. Keep away from me.
Oh, did not think that through. Okay, survivability seems to be okay-ish here.
Never felt getting help.
Right, the quickness uptime is totally fine. And dodge. Oh, I was going to say we almost did the thing. And I think right here we can just pop a... There we go, just a well down there. I even want a Sigil of Strength or something here. I feel like this is somewhat sustainable now, though. Here. It says it's somewhat sustainable. It's feeling less like it. Even, honestly, in Trailblazer, this may actually be even better. Yeah, I feel like this is entirely doable now. That ticking agony.
Rage at maximum. Getting help.
The actually oddly high super speed uptime on this is quite nice as well, honestly. Blink over here. Just gonna blink over here instead. Blink over here. There we go. Okay, this one's going to be a bit rough. Ooh, yeah, we messed up there. Alcar, thank you for the bits, mate. I appreciate you. Thank you,
Riddle.
thank you.
Woe to those who have very little of me, but pity those who have much, for with me comes sorrow.
Woe to those who have very little of me, but pity those who have too much, for with me comes sorrow. Oh, that's a good one. Woe to those who have very little of me, but pity to those who have much, for me comes sorrow. Very little of me, but pity those who have too much. With me comes sorrow. With me comes sorrow. Things that cause sorrow. Money. Money's a good guess. Comes sorrow. Would be like age or something. Time. Yeah, time's a good one. Still life interrupting enemy. Yes. I feel like that's the trick. Still life and then changing this to Trailblazers. Deep to woe is to what curses on. Woe the noun, as in tell me about your woes. I thought time's a pretty good guess. I was thinking age, but yeah, that doesn't seem quite right. Blink over here. Oh, bad start. Blink over here. I think now we've got a bunch more lifesteal as well. I feel like the next change we might want to make is actually removing the trait Consuming Shadows. Money is wrong. See how we go for quickness uptime.
It got me. Stay away.
Shadows guide me. Suffer. How's that? Rage and vigorous.
Quickness uptime is pretty high. Yeah, no, I feel like the Celestial one was better, actually. Torment Celerity. Yeah, because we actually do need higher quickness uptime. So let's actually go Celestial. That felt better. And I'm also running the wrong food. Because if I was to take a look at my damage there, well, Torment's still pretty high. Well, game really didn't like what we were doing there. Let's bring that back up. We'll actually finish off our weekly. The game decided that was an illegal maneuver. Let's see what other traits there are, because maybe we don't actually need Alacrity. I mean, Alacrity is nice, but maybe not. Maybe there's something else. So it's not time. Woe to those who have very little of me, but pity to those who have too much. For with me comes sorrow. Yeah, I was going to say time or age. Does anyone else have any guesses there? Intelligence? And Deoxys, you're about to finish up your final legendary trinket. Do you suggest going for runes, sigils next, or weapons? I would say go sigils next. After that, then maybe either weapons or runes, because runes I actually think you don't swap out that much. Sigils, though, offer you a huge number of benefits as well. And quickness after disabling. Yeah, maybe here we can do this. Wrong sister to the intended answer. Okay. Lack of intelligence or wit? Wisdom? Correct. Nice. Well done. Okay, so we'll do that instead. I like draining. And I feel like here we can probably change this to torment. Alcar, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate you, mate. Thank you.
Sub to that
and well done on that pro cow. Very good guess there.
Subs in the channel.
There you are.
Oddly enough, for this build, is it actually
I see someone's a bit impatient.
pistol thief? Is that it? Is that kind of the thing?
I'm gonna investigate the heck.
We'll try that after one more round of this, because I feel like that could be pretty funny. Okay, so what else do we have here?
The answer is most certainly around us somewhere.
Potential removed. Yeah, that doesn't really matter. A portion of condition damage converted to healing power. Yeah, that's just good. I misread that pro crow. Nice. New Tormentify. Okay, and I'm also running. Is that the wrong food? It's crow. Yeah, I just read that now. My apologies, mate. Congratulations. And yeah, well done on that guess. That's next. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hard is Thief to learn? It depends very much on the Thief build. If it's something like Axe Thief, I'd put that probably at the 7 to 9 level. Something like Condi Spectre that uses the Scepter, I'd probably put it more towards a 3. If it's Pistol, Deadeye, or Daredevil, 1. And oh my god, is that actually the play? Hang on, let's... Okay, hang on. Yes. This might be cursed. Zakharos. Pistols. Yeah, Force, Air, we'll probably put Impact there. Yeah, Pistol's -1. Yeah, this is remarkably easy. Yep. Skidoos. Get rid of that. We'll put Shadow Step. I like Shadow Step in that spot. I like that in that slot. I like this to be Mercy. I don't know, Thieves Guild. What do you think of the Daredevil dash trait? I personally love it. I'll run it quite often in open world. I think it's also quite good in PvP. But yeah, I used to always run that, especially before mounts, for the mobility on Thief. It's a very fun dodge.
What the? Huh. Do you feel that?
I don't know if this will work. I suspect that this won't. Yeah. It's very dashing. So this is basically in full Berserkers.
Do you see that?
Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. Because we're just getting eaten by all those. So I have to stand much further away.
Got me. Stay away.
Structural integrity compromised.
Get in it. There we go. Okay, yeah, so we kind of need to dodge those. If we don't dodge those, then we're screwed. How often do we need to dodge? Or is it going to be a Daredevil situation? I also don't feel like it has the range. Yeah, I am. I'm running both Zakharos and the heal trait, Invigorating Precision, and Malice, so it's about as much as I can throw. Yeah, dual dagger and spam 3. That might actually be the next play. Am I even doing damage? And where's the exact point? Am I actually hitting it? Okay, I am. It's just is big.
Away from me.
Rage at I require more energy.
It's kind of working. Sidestep it. I gotta just time it right.
Rage at max. Energy level too low.
The heal on initiative spent. What trait is that?
Maximum pain.
Yeah, let's try the Dagger version. Things like Fury Zakharos does nothing. True, yeah, that's actually a giant problem. Okay. Close the foe poisons them. Might when you hit with a stealth attack. Poison does more damage and duration. Other deadly arts things provide additional stacks. Spectre or Deadeye? Okay, so let's try. Customize. Celestial. And probably Draining. No, I'm actually not going to get any value from that because I don't really CC in this build. So the bleeding will be very nice. We've got to probably take that. Shadow Step. It does Torment. We'll grant Malice. That will do more boons. That'll give us Prot. Okay. Maybe running this because we'll be able to run... So we're not going to care about our Torment damage anymore. We lose the Wells. This will actually give us a bunch of Prot and Regen. Renewing Gaze triggers. And that's never going to be particularly useful. So we can run gain Prot when we enter and exit. Gain Initiative when you enter and exit. Still boons. Blinding the foe siphons health. Not really going to help. Actually. Shadow Step your heal. That's actually okay, because now whenever I blind a foe, I will siphon health, and I blind with that. And thank you for the hydrate. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's any trait here that will allow us to... And Fire, thanks for staying there. So I don't think there's any trait here that will allow us to... And that Crow, thank you for the follow. Prob's just that. And yeah, honestly, probably that. And then... Yeah, we'll do that. And we'll do Thieves Guild. And... Shadow. Do I get any value from... Yeah, one day we will get it right. One day. I want quickness. And heal on crit food. Last fight you took 529 damage per second to make 10% damage better than build with 100% crit chance and lifesteal food. It need to deal 1200 damage per second. Yes, which we're definitely not going to be able to do with a Celestial build. What about Pistol Dagger? Is that the next curse thing? Pistol Dagger Spectre, maybe? Yeah, I don't really have any other sources of CC here. Yeah, I'm much more confident going Spectre and then running Shade Step. Still have me Torment. Get increased Shadow Force when hitting with Siphon. That will be good. And then probably Second Opinion. And then here I can run... I'll run a Well of Sorrow there. And that will do regen, which will be good. A short perspective next curse thing. We'll get there. And when you enter or exit stealth. Now, does that become okay? Gain life when stealing. Yeah, there's a bit there. Yeah, maybe honestly we'll just be avoiding so much damage here that it will be fine. Like, I'm not loving this. Some extra life siphon isn't bad. Unless it's actually we just do that. That might actually be an okay source of healing. Draining celerity. Celerity okay. Will that do enough? We're well the Chronomancer. I feel like draining... Yeah, draining's not doing anything here, so I feel like this is agony. Increase bleed duration. Celerity, I will generate a bit of extra quickness, so maybe that's fine. This bit's fine.
It got me. Stay away. Help me. I'm hurt.
Yeah, the lack of life siphon just baked into it there. Eventually the ticking damage just gets so much that it's nigh on impossible to actually consistently out heal, or it sort of just ramps after a while. It's okay. That will be a problem for another day, I think. What's Pistol Pistol do? Not Pistol Pistol, Pistol Dagger. Yeah, Pistol Dagger. I'm just going to pop a dagger in that slot. Shadow Strike Dual Wield. Shadow Step away. Unlock Repeater for initiative cost. That might be okay, because that's tons of... Does vulnerability, that does bleed, that does. I'm getting no value from celerity now, because there's straight up nothing to really make that work, so we might even just rely on our wells. And even if we don't do one to solo that, I'm curious to see what this build does. Trickery, Sleight of Hand. Sleight of Hand actually makes celerity work. It's kind of needed to make Siege of Celerity worth running. And Torment does increase damage, and now we actually do a ton of Torment. I feel like this might actually be okay. And yeah, I know you don't have stats. So I feel like this is going to be Torment. Nope, it's going to be Celestial. Torment. Okay. And we can now run increase Torment Duration. Where are we at for Torment Duration right now? The wrong spot. Torment's 82%. Good. And then, yeah, we'll just run that.
Hi there. Use the console to begin combat testing. If you have any inquiries, come speak to me.
then here we can run Well of Bounty. Yeah. Adjust environment. Let's turn on just the moderate threatening one. Spawn, average.
I'll move for shadow.
Yeah, that's not vibing. What do we get on our stealth attack here? Although that might actually... Stealth attack into sneak attack there is also might. Celerity, do you start making sense? I don't think you do. So if I do Torment, then just do probably Blight. Torment and Blight. Yes, that would just be a whole bunch of useful shenanigans on crit. Haste will deal with our Fury uptime for the most part. We'll also get some from Well of Bounty, which will be good. Now, because I think we actually do kind of want stealth attack shenanigans when we're running this one. So that requires like no... We'll get a feel for how much initiative this actually takes. Initiative when you enter and exit stealth. Yep, that will probably make things work. Burn utility skills, siphon health. So yeah, we can get rid of that now. And run Spider Venom. Steal inflicts blindness, stealth attacks inflict weakness. Let's just remove it.
Accelerate.
Thank you. Let's fix that again. Jeez. Spawn. Without the well, that kind of feels bad. Ah, we'll figure it out. So that one will actually be... No, this one's fine. So actually being completely out of initiative there is rough. So, bam. Yeah, straight up not having enough initiative to blast that kind of sucks. So that actually kind of lends itself towards Deadeye. Such thief tinkering. Eventually we will land on something. Like honestly, I kind of feel like the original Spectre build was probably the closest to what we needed there. Just do that, that, and that. Celerity, I'm not going to... That should be basically infinite initiative. So we can do that. And I might even just take Shadow Meld there. Scale Venom. Basnut, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, Hidden Shadows will be good soup. So we're not going to generate really any quickness now. So this can probably become... Lots of bleeding though. Let's see how survivability this is. I feel like it's not going to be a lot. I didn't mark. Oh no, that's very bad. Yeah, we've got to mark our target.
Rage at maximum. And that's how amazing I am. I've been waiting for this. Structural integrity compromised.
Yeah, this is feeling clunky. And there's like infinite initiative, which is nice. So 1, 2. Okay, so I'm starting to get a feel for it. How long does that last? Like, we have so much initiative here and the boons are good. That audio is missing the Mind Flayer title. That's true, it is cursed. Hang on. Torment, Blight, let's change that. Where's Hope? There we go, much better one. Quickness uptime was like non-existent, so there's no point in even running it. I mean, the Fury's nice. Fury uptime was overall pretty good. So 10 seconds of that. And 3, so we get to use 3. Let's just try.
Never felt better. How'd that feel? Excruciating?
Nah, that just feels bad. Okay. We tried it. We didn't love it. So then what we're going to actually do instead. Yeah, pistol dagger has always just been an utterly cursed weapon on Thief. What also are actually other weeklies. The kind of thing we actually came here to do. Complete one fractal, we can blast that in a bit. 100 void enemies, that could be pretty fun. Yeah, this felt better. So if we do Chronomancer. Yeah, we've gone on a big roundabout journey to arrive back on what we liked before. Strength of Shadows, Larcenous Torment, and that. And we should have enough to run Celerity. Nope. Celerity there. That's going to be extra quickness uptime. We have Firebrand. We should have like a bajillion quickness. Then we can run that. That. And we'll run Customize. Actually, this will be Scepter. Scepter. Customize. Celestial. Torment. And then we can even run Draining and Torment. This can now go back to Celery. So even just running the Spear version will be pretty cracked. Thieves Guild here. Get another well. And then this one. I think you're running Bleeding Food works. Okay. Let's go in.
That's how amazing I am. Healed by darkness.
Okay, so I think here I'm actually not running the right traits now. Yeah.
I require more energy.
Especially for general open world play.
My role is
Running trickery is just too good because I can run quick pockets, bountiful theft, infinite quickness. And I think for this we can run Trapper again. And thank you, Haibiru, for the follow. Really appreciate you, mate. Is there any racial elite so powerful that's worth it on Chronomancer for the double cast? I don't think so. They deliberately nerf down the racial skills to be not particularly relevant. Whenever anyone becomes relevant, they nerf it because they don't want the race of your class to be, you know, relevant to what build you're actually running or to the content you're doing. Although, because I've got Celerity and Torment now, so here I can actually run. Yeah. It's possible to have double Charb Warband. It could probably work.
How'd that look? Excruciating?
Cancelled our cast.
Anatology.
I think this one actually wants a bit more quickness uptime, unless you're going to run haste. Yeah, straight up, unless you're going to run haste, that doesn't feel as good. And yeah, that's fine. Just set that to auto cast. And a little bit of a cursed rotation. And we're generating enough Shadow Force here, that's a complete non-issue. I'm curious to see, can we survive the extreme damage in AoE?
Welcome. Feel free to approach the console and begin combat practice. If you have any questions, I'm all ears.
I feel like we can.
Zero tolerance.
Structural integrity.
Yeah, not quite. Oh, if you're struggling, the golem come to give you boons. That's all good. No, I'm actually testing what I can do entirely by myself without boons. How does Vindicator stack up? Just did a 2-man bone skinner kill. That was fun. Hell yeah, what classes did you do it on? That's really fun. Should probably actually do a quick fractal. Oh, Scourge and Daredevil, great. Especially with Spectral Grass, that would be really good. Oh, nice. Yeah, we've actually got all those weapons now. That's fun. Okay. That's Sully Renegade. Let's actually check what Heisen's doing. I actually don't really care too much about the weekly on this account. Okay. Yeah, we'll just dip from squad, or else that's just going to draw people. Mace, axe, or spear. Let's try spear. Yeah, maybe Sally Bindi will be a better shot. I feel like it will be. Nope, not that. Equipment, Torment, Corruption, Frailty, Strength. I feel like that's what I'm running. Yep, I was actually running this at some point. And Relic of the Rivers. And in terms of food, yep, we've got good soup food. Okay. Okay. So we also do heal on dodges as well. I'm just gonna nom some food. Okay, we'll test it on the moderate, see if we can just get a feel for it. And spawn. Oh, did I not put the AoE on?
Right on target.
To kill rising. Running out of endurance.
So it gives us endurance, it does a bit. Yeah, the survivability on it is absolutely insane. So what are we actually looking to do here? Yeah, like that's pulling around 13k complete by itself. So what does it actually do in terms of vulnerability? You know what, let's actually pull up Heisen's sloth video. Okay, let's pull that there, full screen. Okay. So what are we looking for here? Just to see roughly what he's doing. So he's basically building up quickness. Then he's burning energy using the same sort of skills we're using, swapping, dodging whenever it's available to keep up boons, using... Yeah, basically using Reaver's Rage, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And we heal on dodge, get alacrity from that, or dodge as much as possible. And where are we using... Whole bunch of break bar damage there. And resistance as well. We'll deal with the fears. Oh, it takes a long time to break that bar. Okay, it's using it to get a bunch of extra healing on. Swap to Alliance stance for more healing. Just healing there. No, I won't be using stuff. That's Mace Shield, and they're using Spear for the most part. I was trying to get a feel for the rotation. Yep, okay, we sort of got it. So let's try.
Use the console to begin combat testing. If you have any inquiries, come speak to me.
Extremely threatening, okay. Oh yeah, it's quite happily just coping with the extreme damage in AoE. There's a bit of shenanigans going on. But yeah, just the raw survivability is insane. So I think we actually need to stay here a bit longer because we want to get enough Reaver's Rages off. What's that? Or Scavenger Bursts off. Is that area damage out of Slothazor? Yes. Frailty and Strength is what we're getting. Oh, I straight up didn't have traits there. Okay, that also doesn't help. Yeah, we'll do that. And Wampa, how's it going? Welcome in, it's great to see you.
It's my turn.
So we can upkeep enough quickness by itself, which is good. Yeah, damage is obviously a lot lower than even what we could quite comfortably pull with Spectre by itself. But this is a much more defensive spec. It's actually quite happily out healing. It's quite happily out healing the extreme damage in AoE. Yeah, we're missing the 20% reduction trait. I feel like I'm still also cancelling some skills as well.
I feel strong.
So I think it's probably about 4 or so scavenger bursts by the looks. Shouldn't have used my energy meld there, that doesn't really do anything. Yeah, so it's chilling at about 13k, dealing with the extreme damage in AoE. It's a good time, yep. That's probably what we'll try and deal with that with next, I think. Okay, let's take a look and see who else is online today. That was good fun tinkering. I didn't actually get our weekly done, but that's fine. We are not too fussed about that. Let's deal with that maybe sometime tomorrow when we wake up. Okay, well, where am I dragging all these windows? Where does the healing come from? You kind of hunger after some time when doing chance with Hyzen's build. So healing here is coming from just general like regen application. Yeah, gain health and swapping legends. So yeah, we'll swap legends and we'll get... I think it's regen, might be when we're in combat. Combat only, here we go. Or to do a G24 hour stream, we'll get there. Let's get in combat. There we go, so we swap legends, we get some regen, that pulses a fair amount, so that's just really going to accumulate over time. We heal whenever we dodge. Gain barrier, which is like preemptive healing. Increase healing to other allies and take reduced strike damage and last longer if you heal. So there's a lot of damage mitigation here as well. And then a bunch of healing as well. We have that in Invoke a Fiendish Tenacity, yes, whenever we have resistance, which we'll get whenever we swap legends. That will also give us a lot of baked in healing as well. And increased healing power when below. So there's a bit of extra healing in there. But yeah, they're the main places that the healing is coming from. And there's just a lot of them because you're dodging so much as well. Oh, and also, Relic of the Rivers.
I don't have enough energy.
So yeah, we're just getting tons of regen. And for all the boons that we get a whole bunch of barrier as well. So there's lots of really small increments of healing. Let's actually keep an eye and see who else is on. I think we might head on out to Yuki-Rin tonight. So let's go and do that. Oh yeah, the Vindy dodge tray is really, really slapping. I guess you could put Sue Helzer there if you wanted more healing as well. There's going to be a bunch of just baked in healing. It's actually going to be pretty insane. But yeah, Imperial Impact there is going to give you Prot and Might. So Prot's an additional damage reduction as well. But excellent. Let's tee this raid up. We're going to head out to the wonderful Yuki-Rin this evening. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. It has been really, really fun. Thank you to everyone who came along for strikes, raids, indulged us as we spent the evening testing out different solo builds. They are very, very fun. Thank you, Alcar, for the gifted subs. Thank you to everyone who gifted subs today as well. I really, really appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to go get some sleep tomorrow. We're going to be back with some more Guild Wars 2 content on EU. So that is going to be a good time. But yeah, you all take care. Make sure you go check out our various YouTube channels in the meantime. Also, tomorrow we should be able to at least finish off the current stage of the server upgrade as well, which is good. Bigger Drive is going in tomorrow. We've got another Bigger Drive coming in the post after Australia Post lost our other one. So that is going to be very exciting. But yeah, you all take care. I'm going to catch you all tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day, team, and cheers. Welcome back, my Guild Wars 2 aficionados. Have you ever found yourself in a boss fight, happily mashing your buttons, drowning in all these flashy effects, and ever thought to yourself,
golly gee willikers, I sure do wish someone could tell me how many damages I'm doing.
Well, today you're in luck, because today I'm going to walk you through how to set up Arc DPS so you can bask in the glory of all of these damages that you are doing. Welcome back, friends. Guild Wars 2 has an amazing combat system, but it can be really hard to tell if you're actually doing well, especially compared